All right, we are live. Welcome, everyone. And as you can see, I am not just joined by Spawn Trooper. We are joined by Brett Granger, none other. welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to be here.
It's funny because we've tried to set things up, and you guys are always doing stuff. Like you're like, yeah, I'll join the stream, but we're driving here tomorrow.
Yeah, we're always very busy.
It's like trying to get the president on here on this show,
right?
No, but sometimes I jump in and see if see who's live. I don't always get the announcements or pay attention to them, but I get on there and it's like if you're live, I jump in. Sometimes say hi, sometimes just listen or just say hi and listen.
Yeah.
Just let people know we're still connected.
Yeah, for some reason.
I was just gonna say, like, with everything that goes on, some days it's crazy with all the updates, and some days it's like, okay, there's nothing not really happening.
I like.
I get really excited when I see you guys come in, and then suddenly like Flippin' Adventure comes in. I'm like going, yeah, here comes the crew.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
It's got to at some times feel surreal that what was happening in just that little town has just exploded.
Man, we didn't know what we were stepping into either. When I chased a campground blindly. I didn't know anything about the town or anything about its politics or nothing. I knew nobody. Basically, I drove through the town because my realtor I was supposed to meet up with, I was just visiting for 2 weeks from Alaska. I was still up there and came down to Florida because my parents lived in Chiefland. And I met up with a realtor, which was a long time plan that I'd come down there and get with a realtor. And we had a few campgrounds we were going to look at. Most of them were down south. They were turnkey, but they were more expensive. I would have had to go back, sell the house in order to get in them. This property allowed me to get in it right away. I didn't have to sell the house. I can go back and do that later and then come back down. So it took about a year to get on the property, even though I had owned it. I couldn't do much with it from up there. So that's kind of how it happened. We were looking for an older campground that needed some work that, over time could be expanded possibly. We didn't know that we could, but, then we could put a small house on it. And then, I thought that was going to be my last stand. I thought that's what I was going to be doing the rest of my life, was working at little campground.
Now,
so, coming from Alaska, I mean, was it like a sort of like a culture shock for you to come down from Alaska, the weather and everything up there?
Yeah, it's a huge. Alaska's not like any other state, to be honest. It's not even like the other northern states. It's its own entity, and they Alaskans think that they are different.
Life finds a way.
They talk. Alaskans call everyone else the lower 48, so they're up here, and that's everybody else. So that's their mentality. It's the pioneer state. If they can't figure it out, they'll get someone who does. It's neighbor help neighbor. It's a very friendly state. You have to be. It's a survival state. I mean, if you break down on the side of the road, it's life and death. You have to have Arctic gear with you. You have to be able to walk a mile. They remind you of that. Have Arctic gear in your trunk. It's a tough environment to live in.
I mean,
it's also very expensive. So when I came to Florida, and I did drive. Well, I flew down to visit, went back, and then made the move down. We drove down. So it was interesting. Florida's different, but we were kind of expecting it. I got there in late summer and started taking down trees right away because it was overgrown. It was there was no grass because the canopies were completely covered. You couldn't get any rain or sun in there to make grass. So we took 48 trees off the property. And that's a lot because they were big trees. I didn't have a mess with the smaller trees or the palm trees. I wanted to keep palm trees because what do people go to Florida for? Two things: beaches and palm trees. So even though the natives of Florida think the cabbage palms are garbage trees, which I guess they are, to someone outside of Florida, that's what they want to see. They want to see palm trees. And so why are you going to destroy those? So we kept all the palm trees and all the smaller trees, gum trees, and those things. I thought I could manicure those and not pay a bunch of money. But yeah, right off the bat, a whole bunch of oak trees had to be taken out, mostly water oak trees, because water oaks will snap in the wind and they're very heavy. They're waterlogged. And there's enough water down there. And Otter Creek is sitting barely above sea level. So it's always wet. So you're trying to dry it out. Is what you're trying to do. So you're trying to remove canopy, let the sun come in, dry it out. And, that was the plan.
Lower that water table.
Let me ask you a quick question in regards to obviously because I watched Town a couple of times and with Travis dealing with all the mess on there. I noticed the tree line and everything around there. I mean, that whole area is marshland, isn't it, or swamp area, or swamp sort of?
A large part of the area is considered wetland, and they recently, just last year, I believe it was, not more than 2 years ago, they did a new 100-year floodplain study. And so where the back side of my property was in the wetland, now like the middle of the house was in the wetland.
Right.
It doesn't mean you can't build in a wetland. Like I've been hearing people say, you can't, it's all wetland. You can't build it. You can build in a wetland. The thing is you have to elevate. You have to elevate to the crown of the nearest road.
Right.
So, and for my house, it was 32 inches. So we had to be 32 inches above grade. That means all electrical, your AC unit, all that has to be 32 inches above grade. So that's not real high. If you're down by the ocean, it's a lot higher.
Yeah, I don't think you should let Jeremy hear that 32 because he only got 2 inches. So
we got a big old pipe. Old pipe.
Sorry, I couldn't resist that one. I'm sorry.
2 inch diameter, but it's like 1,100 feet long.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that one.
So I guess if size matters, he's got both ends covered.
Yeah.
Can I ask, was Alaska your last duty station?
Yes, it was my last duty station, and I had been there stationed one other time before. I retired in 2007, and I stayed an extra 12 years. So I've been longer in Alaska than any other state. But I was born and raised in Virginia. So I went to what used to be called, well, it's in Mechanicsville, was Lee Davis High School. I think they've renamed it, of course.
I actually know people went there.
But I think it's called Mechanicsville High School now. It's ridiculous. All the name changes in Virginia, they've totally changed Virginia. But
yeah, a friend of mine, his family owns property that comes right up to the Battle of Cold Harbor
Oh, that's where the school is.
Yep.
Right up the hill from there. Yeah. Yeah.
What was your favorite? Talk about, because you got a free squaddy sitting here. What was your most favorite posting, and what was your most favorite posting? I mean posting. I mean in.
Oh, you mean station?
Station. There you go. Yeah.
I enjoyed all of my overseas tours except the combat tours. I was in Turkey once, Korea twice. Korea's not fun. I was up at Camp Casey, so I wasn't where you have fun. You're always on edge, and they do alerts every month. And part of the 2nd Infantry Division. I was not infantry. I was a logistics person. I went in. I guess we can start there. But to answer your question, my favorite duty assignment was obviously Alaska, because I tried to get back there, and I had to extend in Korea in order to get back there.
Right.
So there was intention to try to get to Alaska, and then there was intention to try to stay there.
Nice.
And then they were trying to make me move at the last minute for a promotion. I could have, not just for the promotion, but I would have been promoted had I accepted the assignment. And because I didn't, I wasn't. And that was to go to Fort Carson. I had a pinpoint assignment, which means you know exactly where you're going. You can go to the company commander and say, "Hey, what's your plan? What you guys doing?" He goes, "Oh, glad to have you coming in. You're going to be standing up this unit. Da 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 da. We're getting ready to deploy." I'm like, "What again? I already done 4 deployments at that point. I'm done. I am done. So I decided to stay in Alaska and get out.
Yeah, because there's an old saying in the British Army. You've got the medal hunters, where people go on kinetic deployments, and then you got people in non-kinetic deployments. Like we've got one called
never go. Stay in garrison.
Yeah, I mean, we've got one place which is called Optoska. That's basically Cyprus, and it's a 6-month deployment with the UN, and we call that the Sunshine Tour.
Yeah.
I had a guy that I worked for. He was stationed up in Alaska for a while, and he told me this story. He back when he was still drinking, he had left a bottle of Jack Daniels outside in his car, and he had gone outside for something, realized he had the bottle, grabbed it, brought it inside the house, and of course it was middle of winter in Alaska. So he was like, "Yeah, I put down the shot glass, I pour myself a shot, I, put the bottle back up on the thing," and he goes, "And by the time I turned back around and grabbed the shot glass again, when I went to lift it off, the bottom part had frozen the glass, and the top part broke off in his hand. It was that cold." And so it was, so the temperature was way below zero, and he went into the dock the next day and was like, "What would have happened had that not broken off and I actually done the shot quicker?" And he's like, "You would have died. It would have immediately frozen all of your esophagus." And he's like, "You would have died a painful death."
Contact frostbite, yeah. Because when it gets that cold, like it's very different in Anchorage than it is in Fairbanks in the middle of the state. When it gets to the bitter cold, Anchorage won't see anything colder than -20 typically. That's about it. So they get more snow, because the snow range is like from -10 to like +20, +30. That's when it likes to snow. It actually can get too cold to snow. So up in Fairbanks, when the sky is clear and the clouds are gone, that's when it's cold, because the clouds hold the warm air onto the ground and keep it moderate, keep it 30 below, 20 below, and it can snow between -20 and +20. But if it's -40, you're not going to snow. 40 below, 50 below. I think the coldest I ever saw was 53 below, but it has gotten colder than that.
The coldest, just talking about cold, we did an exercise in Canada on the prairie just near Medicine Hat. And we did the summer version where, actual fact, the mosquitoes were that big, they needed their own aircraft carrier to land. And then we had we had leave, so we could stay in Canada or we could fly back to the UK for a while and then come back for the winter season. And we were on the prairie on exercise. I was part of the battle group, and then about 4 o'clock in the morning, it was my turn to do basically to stag on. And yeah, the wind chill, I think it was -20 something. So you can just imagine how quick I got out of one vehicle and jumped in the other vehicle.
Now, when new soldiers, all ranks, when new soldiers get up to the middle, up to Fairbanks, Fort Wainwright is where I was at. They make you go through like a 24-hour overnight in a tent. So you have to set up a tent. It's got to be at least 20 below, or they won't do it. So it's got to be 20 below. They'll gather up everybody that hasn't done it yet during the summer. They got there, and 20 below, you have to set up an Arctic tent, set up a Yukon stove, they call it, and you got to do it when it's 20 below or colder, and then you have to just sleep overnight in it. That's it. So what would happen is, as you're starting to warm up that tent, mosquitoes are hatching out of the ground. So they're swarming. You're getting bit by mosquitoes, and it's 30 below outside. It's crazy. It's a different world. I mean, you plug in your vehicles, or they won't start. It's 30 below, and the tires are flat bottomed. They go doom, 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 like a Fred Flintstone car until they get warmed up. It's a different lifestyle. And you got to think everything is slower.
Yeah. I mean, someone in chat said that she's worked at Batters, so she'll know because Batters, which is the British Army Training Unit, Suffield. You've got two camps. You've got one on one side of the highway, and you've got another one on the other side of the highway. One is for the training depot, so that's where units come to train, and then on the other side is where you got the permanent staff. Well, I went down into medicine, and then days I did have a little drink or two. And I got absolutely hammered, got a taxi back, and ended up going into the wrong camp, walked into the block, which turned into the education centre. Couldn't find my room, so I went to sleep in one of the lecture halls.
Wow.
Yeah, so, yeah.
There's a lot of, too much to drink stories.
But I totally understand when you're talking about cold and that, because when we got there, we had 5 days of acclimatization. Then we had a lesson on different rattlesnakes and the gophers.
Oh yeah.
And then for the winter exercise, we basically had to stay in transit blocks, which had no heating in there. So you can spooning came to mind a lot.
Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah, but I was giving all the time, never taking.
Alaska schools don't have snow days, but what they do get are moose days. If there's a moose in front of your house, you don't leave. You don't go to work.
Oh, God.
Yeah, rain can close the schools, but snow and ice, sleeting rain. Yeah.
I'm hidden under the banner. Good. Hide me under the banner.
So just real quick, I just want to get an opportunity to kind of run down my military history, because on our channel, we don't do that. And this will just be one time. And if I come on again, we won't do this again. So we'll make it short. Graduated high school in 1985. 5 days later, went off to basic training, Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. I was going to be a logistics person. I've been logistics my whole life, never changed my MOS. My first duty station was Fort Bragg, North Carolina. I did exactly 18 months, and then I went to Turkey. Most of my time was overseas, so I did Turkey. Then I came back. Fort Hood, you're going to hear Fort Hood come up a few times. I was there at Fort Hood, Texas, 3 times for a total of 8 years. So I did 4 years, 2 years, and 2 years. Twice with them I deployed, and I've been to Fort Campbell, Kentucky here, Tennessee-Kentucky border. Deployed with them with the 101st, and the 101st Airborne Division was a great time. The Screaming Eagles, air assault, and all that. That was a good time. That was fun. I made E5, which is a sergeant in the Army, and not at record speed, but 4 years. But I made my staff sergeant E6 in 6 years of total service. And then about the 9th year mark, I put in an application for one officer academies to go to the one officer candidate school down at Fort Rucker, Alabama. I know they've renamed it, whatever it is, I don't know. Did the Fort Rucker, and then my proponent agency, of course, was always Fort Lee, Virginia for my logistics training. So I did the basic course, the advanced course. And next would have been the senior staff course, one officers for W4. But I didn't, I decided to get out at that point. I did a tour to Kuwait. I did 2 tours to Iraq, and 2 in Korea and 1 in Turkey. and Alaska's considered overseas too, if you count that. So I was only in the States, 3 years at Campbell, 18 months at Bragg, and 8 years at Hood, and the rest was overseas. That's it.
Iraq.
Started as a W3.
Were you down south in Iraq, or were you up north?
I don't know. You really don't know. You start in Kuwait and you work your way up, and then
No, I enjoyed. One thing I have to say, if anyone ever goes to Kuwait, go to the Shark Center down in town. Beautiful place.
Yeah, you don't see anything but sand where I was. I mean, it's just I've seen Camp Arif John, but I wasn't stationed there. I've seen Camp Liberty, Virginia, New York. I think they were all kind of close proximity, so that's where I was. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a blur, and you don't get to see all the aerial maps unless you go to those briefings, and I wasn't really involved in those briefings.
So I was logistics as well, but Marine Corps logistics, and I didn't get to Iraq. I did go to Afghanistan, but I did get to work with the Army HET teams, the heavy equipment transport, and those guys were awesome. I enjoyed working with them. Because other than that deployment, I really didn't work with many other services other than a lawyer from the Coast Guard.
Oh, okay. I was usually that Nappa guy on the base. Like at Fort Wainwright, I would have been the accountable officer for all the repair parts for the helicopters and the wheeled vehicles. They actually ended up combining them. So that's called Class 9 repair. So Class 9 is a class of supply. There's 9 supplies. Class 6 is liquor. We all know that one. 5 is ammunition. You got Class 2, 3 is expendable. 1 is, say food. I can't remember them all. But 8 is medical, and 9 is repair parts. So I was the Nappa guy. I was usually the entire installation.
I mean, Iraq. I did Iraq twice. My first one was 2003. Excuse me, which was probably the best tour, the tours I've done, because we were down in Unkazar, and we were basically we were QRF, and most of the time we were either used for escort. If we wouldn't not having Malduces pointed at us by you guys, we were like going up and down MSR Tampa. We're going up to Basra, stuff like that. Went to the naval base, the Iraqi naval base where they trained the Iraqi army. But yeah, it was good fun. I mean, obviously with being infantry, it was a complete different ball game. I mean, we came across a lot of logistic guys, and if we needed something, and it was like, hey, can you sort out some rations or extra rations? And you would have extra rations, or hey, by the way, can you get us a couple of shirts or something? One of the guys, ripped his shit. You guys always looked after us. Yes, we do mock you, we do call you blanket stackers, but it's all meant in with love. So that but yeah, came across you guys. You had a logistics / mobile unit down in Unkazar in the docks, where where you had, I think it was a whole regiment you had down there, and they were responsible for any incoming supplies or outgoing supplies, because you had an in and outgoing, so a couple of times came across you, Americanese. It's good fun.
I mean, you look back on some of that and you have fond memories, but when you're going through it, it's not fun at all.
No, it's not.
Sometimes
not when you're
it's
getting chased by campfire.
There's been times, a convoy pulls over. It's a 100-vehicle convoy. It's pulled over, and you're sleeping under your vehicle in a sandstorm. I mean, you're eating. Your sand goes in every orifice of your body, every single one. And you're trying to just breathe. I mean, you're just trying to breathe. You're sleeping in goggles. You're covered up. I mean, you don't even know who's next to you, left and right, but you're kind of pushed in, so keep the sand out. And
well, it wasn't really sand. It was like sand. It was like cement, or what do you call it in America? It was like cement powder. You could walk through it, and it was just like pick it up, and it was like cement powder.
Yeah,
I always described it as Pigpen from the Peanuts cartoons. He'd always walk and have this little cloud of dust at his feet. That's how it was.
Yeah.
But it was good fun, because I went into I went into the PX down in Unkazar, just outside Unkazar. I think that was the temporary prison, or like I can't remember what it was. It was 2003. And I went in there and I walked in. I had $200 on me, and I like just went. I just spent like at least 100. I got like stuff for my weapon kit, for my helmet, for I walked out with a surefire that I didn't pay for, and went back in and paid for it, and
Yeah.
What was the hottest you saw?
Kuwait. Kuwait was hot. I think it was 135 when we got off the plane. They immediately rushed us over into a tent and started throwing pallets of water bottles at us. But even the water bottles are hot. I mean, you're drinking 100-degree water.
What's that in Celsius?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, that's almost 60. It's like 50, like 55.
Well, the hottest we had was 43. That's the hottest I ever came across. Was it 43? Yeah, about 43, 44.
Hold on, let me look it up real quick.
Because we had to carry a box, and each vehicle had a box, and you had a whole you had 6 2-liter bottles. You had 2 crates of those, so you had 12 of those, and then you had a crate of 24 small bottles of water. And what you do, you get one
57 degrees Celsius.
Right.
There you
go. So yeah, we had like 43, 44. So you must have been there in summer.
Inside of Porta John, we measured it at 145.
I believe it. Absolutely.
And it sucks when you have to use it. Walk in and it's
you almost leave the door open and don't care. Modesty goes out the door.
I lost a lot of weight when I was over there the first time.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like sitting in a sauna. The problem is you can't leave.
I hated when you would sweat and then the sand would hit you and you'd get that like you'd have those patches of sand that just stuck to your camis.
Yeah.
I hated that.
Well, one thing I can say, the first tour I went over there and I weighed just over 17 stone. And I came back at 15 something stone, but pure muscle. Because I was already a big guy anyway, but it got rid of all the fat. But my skin did get sanded down by an inch or two. That's for sure.
I was a fobbit, but it was easy to work out because there's nothing else to do. It's like, okay, well, I can sit at work all day, but you would just go work out just to break up the day. So, I mean, I was working out 7 days a week. No problem.
Yeah. The only time that we had some downtime, like we're waiting for something to happen, then they would start doing PT in their masks, NBC masks, and start running through the desert with the NBC. I'm like, what are we doing? But that wasn't fun.
Did you ever have a situation where the goggles that you can buy in the PX, the black ones, the small ones?
Mm-hmm.
Because we were issued with these big ski goggles, and
we got both. We had the big ski goggles, and you could change the lenses from clear to dark.
That's right. Yeah.
And then the small ones were Wiley X's and had the rubber foam on them.
That's right. Yeah.
Those are kind of light, and then you could put a band on them or not.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I liked Wiley X's stuff.
And they gave you that stuff when you got there. You got like 4 new uniforms, all stitched up, ready to go, and you got new boots and the Under Armour T-shirts. I mean, not the cotton stuff, the good stuff, the Under Armour stuff, the wicking stuff.
I mean,
I like blowing the minds of the young Marines today when I'm on base and I talk to them, because I'm like, I'll be like, when I first came in the Marine Corps, if you wore sunglasses that were not aviators were the only ones you could get away with. You wore anything else, you would have a sergeant major on top of you. And they were like, why? I'm like, it was out of regs back then. I go, but what changed it was the safety goggles that we all had to wear overseas. They were like, yeah, it's a safety issue. Forget about it.
And
the Army went through this phase, and you probably know already, but they went through everyone's going to go to the black beret. And then they went away for a year or two, and then what a mess.
Yeah, I mean, we were not allowed to wear any type of glasses with reflective lenses. So when I bought those black ones from the PX, I was on top cover I ended up getting dick for top cover for quite a while. And at one point I walked into the PX with them still on my helmet, walked up, picked up a new pair, walked to the cashier, and she went, "You've got a pair on your helmet." And I just took my helmet off. I said, "Put my helmet on and put them on your eyes and tell me what you can see." And she put them on. She went, "Oh, it's all foggy." I went, "Exactly. I can't see shit." I went through 3 pairs of those. But it was fun. I must admit, you guys, hadn't it been for the American PXs, I think a lot of us guys from the Brits would have suffered, because like you got stuff which was Gucci.
Yeah, and this may sound kind of cheap, but the PXs, you always kind of want to go and check them out, but then when you get to them, the lines are too long, and you don't want to stand out in the sun.
Yep.
And then when you get inside, or if you're just walking around and you bypass the line because you're not buying anything, the prices are high. We're gouging the soldiers.
Yeah. Well, for me, it was like being a virgin and walking into the first house of the ladies of the night and getting it for free.
Yeah, I mean, you get what you can, because there's nothing else.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of our stuff was, it was warm weather, but it was basic stuff like the warm weather sleeping bags and that. But when it came to stuff for equipment, like, the magazines you could put on your weapon, on your butt, your rifle butt. Right. I got one of them, and I put it on mine, and Jesus Christ, my sergeant major ripped me a new one. He went, "Get that fucking shit off your weapon. What do you think you are, American?" I was like, "Oh God."
I kept something, because I was like, I saw these and I was like, these are going to be something one day. Like, people are going to be like, "Oh, I remember those."
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh, the 25-cent one. I remember that. Yeah, I do remember those. I can't remember what they were for, though. What were they for?
This one's worth $0.25. It's just a gift certificate. This one's 10 cents. So they didn't have to bring change in and out of country. They would just bring dollar bills because they're much lighter. You start bringing change.
Yeah, I have seen them, but I just couldn't recall what they were for. Yeah.
So I saved them. I'm like, I'm keeping these things.
Wow, that's really old right there.
But I mean, we were lucky. It was the first time in my whole career I was stationed in Germany, and like cigarettes cost a bomb. And when we got to Iraq, I was like, "Oh crap! I've only got 3 packets of cigarettes left. That's not, And I had some money in my pocket, and I thought I'll go to the Effie, which was our equivalent of your like a naffy shop. Mm-hmm. And I walked into Effie, and there's the woman behind the counter. She's a really nice woman. I went to her. I went, "Excuse me," and she went, "Yeah." I said, "You don't happen to sell cigarettes, do you?" And she went, "Yes." And I was like, "Oh," and I went, "Yeah. What have you got?" And she went, "Oh, we got this." I said, "Yeah. Can I have 400 Embassy No. 1, please?" And she went, "Yeah, sure, no problem." And I looked at her and I went, so I got my ration card out to give her my ration card. She went, "Oh no, we don't use them here." And I was like, "Oh," put that back in my pocket. And then she went, "Right, that's $14." And I looked at her and I went, "Yeah, what?" She went, $14. I went,
"There's your restriction." $14.
And I was like, $14 for 400 cigarettes. Then I said, how many can I legally walk out here with? And she went, "Well, you can take as many as you want." I went, "Yeah, give us another 2 cartons." So I ended up walking out with 800 cigarettes. I put them in my monster box, and I was like sitting there when everyone was struggling, and I'm sitting there with a cigarette in my mouth, go, "Ah, yeah, Embassy No. 1. Oh yeah."
I used to go down to the Danish exchange because they had Cuban cigars. And we were allowed to buy them, so I would buy as many as I could. But all the other Marines were like, "Oh, I'm not going to smoke those; they're too dried out." Well, what I was doing was I'd put them into a plastic bag, and put that plastic bag into another one. But also in there, I'd put a wet washcloth and tighten it up, and it would rehydrate them just like a humidor would. And after a couple of days, it was like, I got fresh Cubans.
That's something I've never done. You probably won't believe this, but I have never, ever taken a puff or a cigarette or smoke of anything. Never. It just
hasn't. You sound younger than us.
It's just never occurred to me to want to try that. I don't know.
I mean, I'm only 26. So, well, I was going to say, yeah, that won't work. Wait a minute, 2003, 26. Yeah, I was 2 years old when I went. No, yeah, I mean, like, I got told that when I came back after my tour, they went, "Jesus Christ, you put on about 20 years." I went, "What do you mean?" "Yeah, you sound like this, mate. You're talking like really deep, you know what I mean?" Yeah. No.
Right. The raspy voice, yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, every chance you got, you smoked.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a cigarette was your comfort blanket,
Yeah,
so to
it's
speak.
just like an exit for a moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I understand that.
And also, it was a good bribing tool for the Iraqis as well.
Yeah, to get other stuff you wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd shout to them, go, Tal, Zadiri, Tal. And they would come up and go, And you go, cigarette? And they go, and you gold? Oh, and then they'll open this bag up and they'll give you a handful of Viagra or a handful of gold coins and stuff.
Yeah. It's like a bartering.
Yeah, I've got quite a few. Actual fact, I've still got them. I was this one Iraqi guy at the back of Kazar. We were standing there, and he came up to me. And he went, "You want?" And I went, "Yeah, sure." And he gave me this wad of Iraqi dinar, the old ones. And I look at it, and I didn't even look at them. I just put them in my pocket. I gave him a packet of cigarettes and that, and he just walked off. And he went, and I went, and he went off.
Yeah.
Got into camp. Done all my weapons, sorted everything else, and I went, what the fuck's that in my pocket? Took it out, and basically it was like the notes with Saddam Hussein. You know that famous day when he stood on the balcony with that Mauser, and he fired that Mauser off.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's two.
Argentina. Oh, wrong.
There's two different types of notes. There's one with him in uniform doing it, and there's one with him in a suit doing it. The one in uniform is like rock and roll shit, pardon my French. And the other one, right, is normal. And I had loads of the ones in uniform, and everyone's going, "Oh man, I'll give you $50 for that one. Oh, I'll give you this, I'll give you that." And I was like, "No, I'm keeping these. these are going home with me." Yeah.
I've saved money from everywhere I've been. I've got a whole little collection, just because.
Yeah.
And I've got a pack of cards as well. I've got the pack of cards.
Oh yeah, the ones with all the faces on them.
Yep, I've got a pack. Yep, I bought one, and then our RSM came out one day and he had us because we were QRF, and he went, "Right, guys, here's a pack of fat. Open them up, have a look at the faces, keep them in your pocket." You know, and we were like, "Wait, we're not going anywhere near Basra or Baghdad or any fucking way. What are you saying?"
So, do all your viewers know what QRF is? Quick reactionary force.
Quick reaction force. Yeah, I do apologize. I should have mentioned that.
I just want to say that it meant the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically when
they're watching.
Yeah, it's when the logistics are sitting in their offices, and then suddenly they panic because someone's taken a box, and they call us, and we come in bombing in with 5 vehicles and armed to our teeth. What's the problem? Oh, I'm missing a box. What?
In the Army, they just do a "Hey, you" for a quick reactionary force. We get to a new place, they're like, "Okay, you, QRF, go see so and so."
Yeah, well voluntold. Yeah, you are voluntold. Why, sir?
In other words, that means you're on night watch.
What you or is this one of these ones? They walk in. What are you three doing? Michael go, nothing.
Yeah,
Watch the film.
You better think of something real quick.
Yeah, it's like within seconds. After the first time, I learned straight away. As soon as someone come in, "Oh, what are you doing?" "Oh, yeah, I'm on duty at 6 o'clock." "Where?" "HQ." You're like, "Okay, then no problem." And they walk back out, and they will look at me and go, "You just lied to the sergeant." And I went, "I don't give a fuck. I'm not going. I'm not guarding tonight."
Because of my last name being Arthur, everywhere I went, when I would show up, they would be like, "Arthur, yeah, come here." And I remember I got to logistics officers course, and I show up, and they're like, "Arthur, get in here." And I'm like, "Okay, what is it going to be this time?" And they're like, "I'm a fresh second lieutenant, haven't even seen the fleet as a lieutenant yet." And they're like, "We need you to stand duty on Friday night, and if you stand it, you won't have to stand it again the whole rest of the time you're here." I'm like, "Oh yeah, sign me up." It was Halloween.
What'd you do? Leave the next day?
No, I stood the duty, but it was Halloween, and it was a busy night. But first thing I did is I got in there, and I called the chief of staff because I didn't want to talk to a general, so I called the colonel. I'm like, "Sir, what kind of things do you want me to call you for, and what kind of things should I call the general for? It's Halloween. I'm sure there's going to be problems." He's like, "Call me for everything. Do not call the general. Just call me. I'll take care of it." I'm like, "That's it."
You don't wake the general up because it better be big.
Right.
The best thing ever happened to me on tour, and this is no word of a lie. I was on duty, HQMS. I'm not going to go into exactly where it was. It was down in Unkazar, and I was on duty, and the big fucking boss turned up. He walked in, and I was eating jelly babies. I had the packet jelly babies on my desk, and he saw them, and he went, "Oh, I like them." And I went, "Sir?" He went, "I like them." I went, "What, jelly babies, sir?" And he went, "Yeah." And because I'm a big mouthed git and I'm cheeky, and the amount of times I've been fucking told off, I went, "Okay then, sir, let's do a deal." And he looked at me and he went, and the captain looked at me and he went, "I'm going to fucking show you." And I went, and he went, "What?" I said, "Well, I'm going up to the Basra in 2 days. Any chance of getting a fly around so I can take a picture of Basra Palace from fucking a helicopter?" And he went, "Yeah." And then the next day, I got him 2 packets of jelly babies and a Mars bar. And then 2 days later, up in Basra Palace, where we were having food, next, someone came in, called my name, went to the helicopter, flew around in a Puma for 25 minutes, took 2 pictures, and landed again. That's my fame to claim. God, did I get done for that? Fucking hell, they threw the book at me for that one. I was on stag for a month.
Yeah, so back at the campground, when we get back to Otter Creek here a little bit, that's where I met Jeremy. He came there as a client. He wanted a spot, and he rented spot 6, and he stayed there for a couple months until he got his keys to the property. That's what he was waiting on. And I never knew anything about YouTube. He'd had stuff set outside the trailer there, and I guess maybe he was doing some videoing. I don't know. At the time, I didn't know. Now I'm thinking he's doing some videoing. So, he breaks me into it later on. I think he's out of the campground by the time he really starts talking to me about what is YouTube, what does it do? He's like, "Oh, y'all in this campground with these people, you should do it. You should open a channel." I'm like, I ain't got time for that. But
what's he like as a person, Brett? What was Jeremy like as put the cameras down, and what's he like as a person?
He's very good. He's a genuine person. He's real. He'll tell you like it is. You ask him questions, he won't go around the bush. But he's always busy. Even when he's there and he's engaged and talking to you, his mind is someplace else and he's busy. Now he can multitask. He can entertain. I'm not saying he's ignoring you. Mm-hmm. He can entertain the conversation and still be thinking about what it is he needs to be getting done. And if this takes too long, he's going to go and do it. And that's kind of what he liked about Teresa and I when we came over to the schoolhouse to visit, is he didn't have to entertain us. He could hang for a little bit and then he could go off and do his thing. And we understood that. He's a very busy guy. If this guy only works 80 hours a week, that's a low number. This guy, if he's awake, he's working. Even if he's asleep, he's working. His mind is always working, and he'll fall asleep working. Numerous times, hundreds of times, he's editing videos in a recliner or in a corner somewhere, and he's working. So he's a workaholic. A couple times we got him to relax a little bit. It still wasn't 100% relaxed. He's still got to work somewhere and get something done. He's someone that he's a high achiever. He's an overachiever, and I think I think he's an excellent role model. We know probably more about him than some other people, but not everybody. I'm sure he shares more with other people. But, obviously, I
don't want to, have leading probing questions, but the same question for George as well. What is she like away from the camera? Because for me, I've been watching Jeremy. I've been watching him for 6+ years. With the storage and everything else, which I find extremely interesting. Some of the stuff they find, because I like history. But I've always noticed that they bounce off each other, and and she's very she's very supportive, very, very supportive.
She's very supportive. She's very loyal. She's also very loyal as a friend. She talks to Therese pretty regularly. And if they haven't talked in 5 or 6 days, usually George will reach out to her or vice versa and say, "Hey, how you doing?" So that's what friends do. When you know you got a real friendship, it's someone who cares what's going on. How have you been? Outside of what we see here, how have you been? You know, they're good people. They're just generally good people. We're glad to have met them, and they'll always be our friends no matter how things turn out.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I do like, and I'm going to mention this, is the if I can remember correctly, it was a video of the wedding when they went to Egypt, and
Okay.
I think it was Egypt or something, and they were there, family wedding. I think they were guests to a family wedding, and to actually see them guys naturally just relax and enjoy and the company of each other and everything else. It was such a lovely video.
Yeah. It's been a long time since we've really seen them not stressed about stuff.
Yeah.
There's always something. And I think and this is just me saying this, but I think they busy themselves. Now they got plenty to be busy with. No kidding. And with this whatnot thing they're doing, absolutely. I'm sure it's doing great for them. Because I know he has a lot of inventory that was backed up that he can't get out on eBay quick enough. So whatnot gives him the opportunity to unload a lot of stuff fast. And so I can imagine that's doing great wonders. And I'm happy for them, that new chapter in their life. But if Jeremy can't make something work, he'll find something to work. I mean, he doesn't quit. He has no quit in him. When he decides to do something, now he'll admit that he's made a mistake here, a mistake there, but he'll follow it through anyway. He'll say, "Well, if I had known this, I wouldn't have done that. I would have done this differently." Well, of course we would. We all know hindsight's 20/20, right? But he's already committed. It's like, well, we got to see it through now. So that's kind of his approach to everything. He starts whatnot. If it wasn't working so well, he'd be like, well, we can't stop here. We got to make it better. We got to find a way that it will work. We got to force it to work. That's just how he is. It's like he doesn't take no or quit. He's just like, got to find a way. Kind of a military attitude. Like, it's like the mission. It's the mission. Well, if you can't get it done this way, you got to find another way to do it.
That's he's got very good his work ethic.
His work ethic is above and beyond. Like, it's more than I even want. But
maybe some people should take a page.
If there's anything about him that he's going to have to learn, and he knows this, but he probably hears it from George. He needs to learn to enjoy a down moment. I don't think he knows how to slow it down, shut it off, or put the brakes on. He's always 100 miles an hour.
Maybe we can send George like a break glass and emergency hammer, and when he's like getting to that point, he's just got bump, tap, go to sleep. Yeah.
But I mean, as far as what you see, of course he has a switch. When he turns it on, it's like, hey, what the hell's welcome to What the Hells? We're here tonight. Da, 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 da. There's a switch. He doesn't act like that. I mean, nobody acts like that, right? I mean, he's normal. He's a normal person. But it's not overly theatrics. If he's doing something, it's to get your attention. Listen to what I'm doing. Here's what's happening. And that's all. He's not trying to fabricate anything or lie about anything or hurt anybody in doing so. He does his own thing, creates his own material. He doesn't need anyone's help. He's good at what he does. He's found something he's good at, and good. God bless him.
There were times where in the military where I had jobs where I was like that. Everything was go, go, go. I've talked about in Afghanistan, wake up, be to work by 7 a.m, and you don't leave until, 10 o'clock at night.
Life in the military is 3 times normal speed.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
So I think we all can understand that about what drives a person because we've been in those situations. But I don't think the average person, because most people, I don't think work that hard. Even, they work hard at their jobs, but not that hard, like 80, 90 hours a week. And I've worked those. I'm sure you have. I'm sure.
I have. I don't like it. I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, to be honest with you two guys, and I know you're going to rip me a new one for this, but I actually miss it. I miss the hours. I miss working with the guys. It's the guys I miss the most. My colleagues, my brothers and sisters.
Yeah, the camaraderie was tight.
And I've got a bad habit. If like I had someone like Mike go, right, I need that job. I'll give you an example. My boss came up to me one day and he went, I want that job. And because the manpower, we didn't have the manpower, I went, right, I'll do most of it myself. And I started at 8 o'clock in the morning, and by about 10 to 12, everything was done. And he came in, he said, "How far have you got?" And I went, and I'm sitting there, I'm sitting there with a cigarette in one hand and a coffee in the other. And I went, "I'm done." He went, "What?" I went, "Yeah, I'm done." And he went, "Right, okay, go home." And I was like, "No, I can't go home. I'm still on duty, sir, until 4 o'clock this afternoon." He's like, "Yeah." So it's that work ethic. It's basically getting that job done, getting it out of the way. So
I've worked that hard. I would work that hard again, but I would do it under certain circumstances. Like, I never had a problem working that hard, around the Marines because I was doing it for the Marines. I you couldn't get me to work a civilian job that hard unless there's something big in it for me.
Right. You
If
feel
I
like
had,
you're part of something bigger. You're part of
yeah,
something important. And when there's a group of people working on the same thing with the same focus,
yes,
it's fun to do that and to push.
the
Yeah,
last
in the
time,
civilian world, my transition wasn't so smooth. I got out and I felt a little lost. Like, most people got out thinking they're going to make more money. Da da da. That didn't happen for me, not in Alaska. So I made about the same. When you add my retirement to it, I made about the same. So I didn't. I wanted to do more. I didn't. I mean, most civilian jobs in the logistics world, you're not going to change the world with that. But
yeah,
when you were in the military, you had not that you had sovereign power, but I had any time from 10 to maybe 30 people working for me at one time. But um, it's who you knew who could do whatever. You didn't have to know everything. You just had to know where to find the answer. So you had to
exactly.
be that person, who to call, what regulation to look up, what FM is it in. You had to be that person.
And I
yeah, I
always
mean,
knew if I did my job well, it meant
Hmm.
someone else's job was going to be just a little bit easier.
yeah,
Right.
And that person was always the ones making a big difference. So
yeah.
I always tried to do whatever I could to make those guys' jobs easier.
Well, sure, especially those frontline guys.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, like with my
Sometimes I get calls in the middle of the night and say, "Hey, we got a weapon system down, and you guys have it in stock. Can you get it to me?" They're like, "Yeah, I'll go down
yeah,
there right now and issue it out. I'll do it myself." You just want to get that to the front line so they can fight the other guys, so you're not fighting the other guys.
I mean that's why, like, when people I mean, I got questioned on my YouTube, why do oh yeah, there you sit and you're calling them blanket stackers, and I turned around and I said, listen, that's an endearing comment, a compliment. It's not, amongst us, me calling you a blanket stacker is not an insult, it's actually a compliment, because without you guys, people like me wouldn't have our ammunition, our food, spare equipment, or touch with, unfortunately someone gets wounded and they get taken out.
Mhm.
You're the guys who transport these guys back in. And the
And
thing is,
everybody has a piece, and it takes
yeah,
all the
exactly,
pieces to make a pie.
exactly. I mean, we can fight later in camp, but when it comes to doing a job, we all work like a very oiled machine. It's just when I retired, I took all my qualifications that I achieved over the years,
Mhm.
especially the academic ones, and I got them transferred into civilian qualifications.
Good.
So that means I could drive any type of vehicle. I could do security. I could do anything. And I'm gonna say it now publicly. I am in the process of becoming a counselor. And once I pass that course, I'm gonna put it back into the system. I'm gonna go and help other veterans deal what Skipper's doing.
That's
So
good.
basically,
And that's a very noble thing to be doing.
it's a
Absolutely.
pain in the ass, though. It's hard. It's not easy.
Hey, nothing's easy. Anything worth doing is not easy
I'd
for
rather go
everybody.
through boot camp again.
Yeah.
I remember I used to get phone calls and I could tell the person on the other line would want something. And I'd be like, 30 seconds, whatever you want, tell me what it is. Just 30 seconds. What is it? And the things I would get thrown at me, and I'd be like, give me 15 minutes. They buy your phone. I'll call you back. And like, I would be able to put things together and be like, okay, yeah, here's what you asked for. Here's what I have for you. Here's what's going to look like. And people would be like, that's all I need. That's perfect. I'm like, okay, call me back if you need something else. But it was boom, 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 like trying to move this stuff as fast as possible, because when you're trying to fit the square peg into the round hole,
Yeah. Doesn't
brute
work.
force as fast as possible is how you're going to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. So Jeremy has had he has said a few things publicly, and has said them to me personally too. He's like, and some things just stick. It's like there's a million ways to make $1 million. You've heard him say that before. There's a million ways to make $1 million. You know, what he doesn't say is, so why do you want mine? Why don't you go make yours? There's a million ways to do it. Mine's just one way to do it. You know, that's the part he doesn't say.
I mean,
why do you want mine? Go get yours.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy. I mean, for people, if you've got that inspiration, you wake up in the morning and you bounce out of your bed and you make your bed and everything else. If you're willing to go out there and get your hands dirty, you start from cleaning toilets and work your way up. If you're willing to go out there and get your hands dirty, you can be, one day you'll be like Jeremy, or you'll be like someone, you know, other people who have made their own.
Yeah, because if you're out there doing, you're also networking. And so you will find and see and invent and think of and talk to and communicate, and you'll facilitate something else better happening for yourself.
Yeah.
You just have to stay positive. You have to keep looking. You have to be on it. You have to be proactive, and things will fall into place.
One thing,
and just for the record, I think that I mean, like, not all of us, but 99% of veterans, male, female, or other, when they do hit civilian street for the mortals who don't understand our terminology, when they hit Civvy Street, at first they struggle, but once they start getting into that niche and they start using the values that they've learned in the military, like the leadership values, the core values, they implement that into their civilian life, and suddenly you see them working as a manager or a supervisor, or they start their own company. So
yeah, it's an entrepreneurial spirit. It's a little fire inside you. It says, hey, I think I can make money with this, or I can change people's lives doing this, or whatever it is your little niche is that you're good at. And you know what it is by the time you're 30 or 40 years old. You know what it is. See if you can do something with it. And if you can't and you fail, it's okay. You know, you try something else a little different. It's okay to fail.
Yeah, because you learn through failure.
You absolutely learn from failure.
Yeah.
My business partner, he's taught me a couple things about business, because the military does not teach us about business at all. First thing he taught me was chase the money, not the dream. He's like, you'll see so many people, their dream is to own a restaurant, and they're struggling, and they struggle, and they struggle, and they're chasing the dream. He's like, chase the money, always chase the money. And his next thing that he taught me was pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered. Work with anybody, and if they start taking too much, you cut them out. Don't work with them ever again. He goes, but work with people that work with you. And then the final thing is, as we were doing stuff, he'd be like, yeah, I wish I knew somebody that knew about this. And I'd be like, well, I know a veteran that does that. And he's like, oh, yeah, let's talk to him. And that happened so many times. He was like, look, you veterans, he's like, you guys are great at networking. You suck at turning it into money. He goes, you'll learn. You can turn all these connections into money and put deals together and find people to solve problems.
That's the one thing the federal government does not do very well. They're not good managers of money. They think they just have an endless blank check to do whatever. But if people had financial responsibility at the point of sale, in other words, doing things efficiently, not just throwing a whole bunch of money and a whole bunch of solutions, pick the right solution, make it work the most efficiently and effectively way it can, that saves taxpayers money. And then you can create more things. You know,
I mean, that's why I said a few weeks back when I was on a stream with Skipper, I said, and for some reason it just popped in my head. I went, do you know what? If you had more veterans as senators and politicians, because they've got that mindset, because they've got that type of mindset, like, it's like fucking see or do. Yeah, we're going straight down this corridor. More stuff would get done correctly, quicker, and properly.
Hey, Mike, how many people in the chat right now? I can't see that.
277.
Okay.
We got 396 total, over 250 on YouTube, and 124 on X. So,
okay.
Well, I've got one thing to say then. Hello, you sexy mother lovers. How you doing? Welcome to Veteran Nation with Brett, Skipper, and yours truly, Spawn Trooper. Oh, yeah.
It's 6:09 here on the
So I did
west.
see, I'm not reading a lot of the chat, but I try to pick out some things that maybe are kind of addressed to me or questions. Someone had asked, how long did I serve? And it was 23 and a little bit over 23 in some months. It was from 1985, June of 1985 until December of 2007. So whatever that time is.
Join the army.
Also, while I was in Alaska, I studied martial arts and I became a fourth degree black belt in Taekwondo.
Right, so that means I can't pick on you then. Damn it.
Well, Taekwondo has weakness too. They don't fight on the ground; they fight standing up.
I already when I was doing ninjutsu, I actually sparred with someone who done Taekwondo, and he basically used me as a ragdoll. It was like puny god. It's sort of like the scene out of that film where
Taekwondo is all about kicking. Watch those kicks. It only takes one kick.
Yeah. I mean, like one thing I like about what you just said, and here's a little hint, ladies and gentlemen. If you do martial arts or you box or you do some sort of combat sport, I assure you, your personality will change. You'll become that beautiful, soft bear. You know, you become very well spoken. And the thing is, it is what it is.
Yeah,
simple as that.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Yes,
it's meant for defense, but every martial art has a counter strike.
Yep.
So if you throw a punch, it's either step and block, and then the natural muscle memory reaction is to strike.
Yeah.
You know, you got so many opportunities, knife strike, and lots of things you can do with your hands. We're trying to get our feet up there because we want to, everybody wants to throw a punch. They get mad, they want to throw a punch. Like a punch, you got to throw 20 of those. Throw one good kick. That's it. One.
Yeah, is that why we call you the ballet dancers? I mean, like, I got to say something else. Like, Skipper, do you know why there's so many ladies in here?
Why?
It's because of my sexy voice. Yeah.
The rugged man.
Uncle Frank says, when did I join the service? 1985. Right out of high school.
Christ, you joined up 5 years before I did.
85, yeah.
And I retired last year.
I'm 50. I'll be 58 on the 24th of this month.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It has always been my hope that when I started Veteran Nation, that one day I could get a truck or a van or something that I can sleep in and then start driving around the country just to meet veterans, talk to them, tell their stories. I think that would be a great thing for this. So if anyone's got a conversion van they're looking to sell, let me know.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it that way, because when you just said I would like get a truck or a van, like 1980s horror film popped into my head.
Are you about a size 14?
Oh, wait. Was she a great big fat person?
One of my favorite movies.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like, I don't know about you, Brett, or about you, Skipper, but me, I can remember when I went through boot camp and then you had that post training leave, and then you went to your battalion, and your first week in battalion, you just got rinsed richly by everybody. Oh, new guy, let's fuck him up.
No, we're not homosexual, but we are willing to learn.
Yes, every hole's a goal if you turn the light off. No, I can remember when I get posted to my battalion, and I got put into C company, and I was in a room, and this guy walks in. I didn't even know he was a full screw, and he came full screw as a corporal, by the way, section commander, and he came in. He came straight up to me, face to face, and he went, "You fuck up. I'm going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. Do you understand?" And I went, "Yeah, nice to meet you too." And then he just grabbed me by the scruff of the neck, and then we had a fight for about 20 minutes, and it was fun. After that, we were best of mates. That was my introduction to the battalion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I missed those days. I really do.
I see a question there. How's Therese liking the cabin? We both love the cabin. It was We didn't really expect to find a property this fast. When we sold the campground, we were going to hit the road for 2 years. We bought an RV for the purpose of that, set the Jeep up so it could be towed, and that was it. And our first trip was going to be to Alaska. Therese wanted to go to Alaska, and I didn't mind revisiting Alaska. So we took the trip to Alaska. Now, we're always looking. We like looking at movies. We like window shopping. And we looked at a lot of stuff online. Doesn't mean we're going to do anything. But when we found something with a large shop that I wanted, near water, near a small base so we could use the facilities, and that had easy access to attractions so we could do our adventures. And we both liked Tennessee. Yeah, Teresa really never left Florida except for a short stint in Georgia. So she couldn't wait to leave Florida. Didn't even care where to, just somewhere else, not Florida.
God, have you seen that comment? Oh my God. No. That's against the law in where I come from. Hey Brett, there was one thing I wanted to talk to you about, because I do watch Madam Mayor's Adventures.
Okay.
And there was one day where you were hooking up the 4x4 to your RV. Have you ever thought of doing tutorials of doing a tutorial about, here, this is how you hook up a vehicle to an RV correctly, because
not really. I mean, I guess I could even do it on the channel.
I pitched this to you. I think we should do a veterans RV living thing, because we've got so many veterans who've done it, that I've done it, you've done it, and there's things that people don't know that you find out very quickly. Oh, I've got to do this routinely.
Now, I didn't just jump into an RV and go. I studied exactly which RV I wanted. So when Tiffin and Thor, I think Thor bought out. Oh no, Tiffin bought out Thor. Thor bought out Tiffin. I forget which way it went. But when that happened, Thor made good Class Cs. Tiffin made good high-end motorhomes. So I figured the hybrid of that was going to be a really nice high-end Class C. That's somewhere in our price range. And so I liked the Tiffin Wayfarer before I even bought it. And so I just had to find. First, we went to a place in Ocala to go sit in one. And I said, make sure it's open. And Teresa sat in a chair. I said, is this enough space for you? Because I don't want a big motorhome. I want something small, mobile, but enough space for us. Because it's just us. It's two. No pets, no kids. I'm not buying a vehicle for someone who may visit. We'll just deal with that. We're buying for two people. And she goes, yeah, this is more than enough space. Why do I need more space? I was like, I just want to make sure. It's only a 25-footer. But it's got the capability of pulling a small utility vehicle like a Jeep. So it was all designed. We got the Jeep probably about 5 years ago, maybe 4 to 5 years ago. It's a 2014 model. It's an older one, but the requirement was it needed to be 6-speed manual transmission, so that could be flat towed easily. I didn't want to put it on a trailer. I didn't want to deal with the on and off crap. They're easy to hook up. You get a blue ox hitch, or the distribution tow bar, and it hooks right up to the off-road bumper. There was an adapter coupling I had to get for it to fit, and then I had the Jeep wired professionally for the braking and the light system, so it works off the motorhome when you hook it up. And so all that was done in Chiefland before we hit the road, because some states require that, and Canada absolutely requires it. And plus, you got to have that. That's safety.
Yeah. When I get a chance, what I'm going to do, I'll write up because I'm really good at survival or emergency equipment in vehicles.
Yeah.
What I'll do, I'll do some research, especially I'll look at American road laws. What laws are each state's got different laws, and then I'll get a list together, and then you can have a look at it. And I'll also look for the links on Amazon and different companies who sell that stuff. Because when I travel on my motorbike, for example, I got some emergency lights which are like torches, and they're quite cheap. And I've also got these little beacons that I carry. I carry 3 beacons and 2 torches. So basically, if I break down if I broke down or if I stopped on the side, which has happened a couple of times because I got really tired. I'd put the beacons out and then make myself like a secure area.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been stopped. I've had the police stop twice, and they've turned around and they said, I wish more people would do this, because you stand out from miles away, people can see, a flashing light.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
So yeah, I'll sort that out at some point, Brett, and then I'll catch up with you in regards to that, just so you know.
Yeah, there was someone asking about does the towed vehicle, they call them toads, is a term they use in the RV world. Does the towed vehicle accumulate miles when it's flat towed? It does not. It's not on. It doesn't accumulate any miles. It's just free rolling. And I don't know how the odometers work on vehicles. I'm not a mechanic in that sense, but it's not like a bicycle. It's not a thing connected to the wheel. So somebody might be able to enlighten me more about that side of it, why it doesn't count. But no, it doesn't tabulate miles while it's flat towed. There's 3 things you got to do when you prep it. Once you hook it up, you got to put it in neutral. You got to take the transfer case and put it in neutral. That's usually the smaller knob. And then there's a switch on the firewall, on the side firewall by the kick panel, that I flip to say, okay, now take all instructions from the tower, basically from the motorhome, as far as braking and lights. And then when you unhook it, you got to flip the switch back.
Yeah, I mean, some people, I've heard that some people will actually lift the front of the vehicle up, because obviously when the front, the speedometer or the speedometer has obviously it's got its mileage on it, and what will happen with some vehicles, if you don't lift the front or you don't disconnect the crankshaft, or because sometimes it's connected to the crankshaft but not to the wheels. With some vehicles,
so some vehicles do count miles.
So it's always best that, like, if there is a disconnect that you can do, but at the end of the day, people look at the wear and tear on the actual chassis, the axles, the brakes, the brake discs, and everything else. So if you do accumulate mileage on your vehicle when you're towing it, right, you're not putting wear and tear on the brakes. You're not putting wear and tear on the brake, on the suspension, everything else.
Yeah, it's all disengaged.
Yeah,
I mean the suspension, but it's minimal.
But it will still count the mileage. But the thing is, like, there was one guy I watched his video, and he took the car in, and he said, "Oh, how long have you been traveling?" "Oh, I traveled from," I think he went across 3 states, and he accumulated 1,000 something miles. And the guy turned around and said, "Well, if you've accumulated 1,000, it hasn't affected your brakes, your chassis, your suspension, nothing." So, that's, but like, that's when he was dragging it like you did. But you've got another system where they actually lift the front of the car and they put it on a dolly.
Yeah, on a dolly.
Yeah.
Now, I have a question, and it's something that, Brett, you and I have kind of gone. I've asked you a couple very basic questions about, but owning a campground, what do people not know about? Like, obviously you can expect certain things, but what do you think most people would be shocked to find out about owning a campground that you just weren't prepared for?
Alligators.
Personally, I was not prepared for dealing with the public as much as I had to, especially in that downtrodden area. Let me pick my words carefully here. Otter Creek is not a place of destination that you go and buy a house and, I'm going to live here. It's great. It's not that place. That's just where the campground was. So I saw an opportunity to make this campground, because of its position in relation to Cedar Key and State Road 24 and 19. I thought it was in a good area as far as geographics go. There's a lot of boats and RVs going to Cedar Key. There's a lot of traffic there. So I thought I could get some business. That part's true and not true. It's the people that first came to Shady Oaks, it's much better now. It's much better the last couple of years I had it. And, of course, Rex is going to take off with it. But it's in an area of moderate to low income rent. So you're going to get those kinds of people, if you know what I mean. So you have to deal with mental people sometimes. I'm not saying they're all mental. Don't start screaming at the chat. I'm saying my experience there are a lot of people that you had to deal with that I wasn't expecting. And Therese being from South Florida, she sees more of that than I had. I had kind of a sheltered life in that I was always living in an affluent military area. Now, not rich, but everyone worked. Everyone had money. They weren't looking to steal your neighbor's stuff. Everybody had their own stuff. So I moved into an area where people do look to see if you got something they can steal. And I wasn't used to that. And so she would identify a scumbag right off the rip. And I would always want to give them a chance. And got burned a couple times, because evictions are not easy. The police, as you know, Levy County, the police don't always know the regulations. They try to say evicting someone in a campground is just like a hotel. You got to go through the courts. Absolutely not true. Not true. They have regulations that govern campgrounds. Sometimes they're unaware of them because they don't read them or enforce them, right? So you do not. They're self-contained units, and you give them proper notice. Proper notice is just what it says, proper notice in the regulation. I gave them 7 days. I didn't have to give them 3. So I gave them ample time, and I can cut their power, their water, and even if necessary, not really supposed to do this, but if they're gone and they're not paying and they refuse and they're uncooperative, I'll hook their trailer up and pull them out. Drop it on the side of the road. Now it's their fault. Now, did I do something wrong? Maybe. But guess what? They have to go get a lawyer and take me to court, and they don't have the money. And I know that because they didn't pay their rent. So how do you want to handle it? Because 6 times in the 5 to 6 years I had to park, most of them were in the first couple of years, I'd call the police out there. For an instance, they should have Baker acted. One guy, he brandished a weapon out a window of the motorhome, and he's shooting off in the woods thinking people are trying to get to him. That's mental. He needs to be Baker acted. What is there? Why do I need to deal with this? Well, his wife didn't want to do anything. She's like, oh, well, he's off his medicine. It don't matter what the excuse is. He can't be doing that. And he's not going to do it here. He's got to do it somewhere else. So with motorhomes, it's hard. But tow companies will bill the VIN. So it ain't your bill. So as long as that motorhome can be gotten to, because sometimes, you're up against a tree or some water, or, it's hard to get in there and not get stuck.
I mean,
but yeah, evictions, but they don't need to be that hard. But sometimes the cops don't know the rules and they're not very helpful. And so I asked them, okay, don't worry about it. I just be noted. You're on notice that I can you. You did nothing, and now you can leave, and I'm going to handle it. And you go, well, what are you going to do? I said, well, it doesn't matter. Now I gave you the opportunity to do it. You didn't do it, so I'm going to take care of it. That's just me. That's military. That's just whatever. So
just so you know, someone has just sent a picture of their feline cat laying on an iPad with us 3. So it must be my sexy voice. Brett, I've got a question for you in regards of what you just discussed. Hypothetically speaking, did you ever come across people who would expect, the God knows what from you? They would turn up, be very arrogant, and expect for you to hand them everything on a silver platter, instead of actually asking you simple questions, but then expect you to do everything for them. Did you ever have situations like that? Or have you ever refused someone entry because of their attitude?
There was a guy who showed up with a motorhome that got towed into the campground. And he didn't make it clear that it was getting towed in. And so I turned him around. And I hated to do that. He was an old guy. I'm sure he had limited resources, but we can't start junking up the park with motorhomes that don't even run when they come in. Yeah. I think the worst tenant I ever had was there toward the end. It was in the newer section we had just built. They came there and they were scrappers, and I ended up evicting them. But they said really rude and unforgivable things on the business site that I had, but I got it cleaned up, and then they put it all over Facebook. I'm like, well, it happened again at the next place they went. They got kicked out. I mean, so the parks do talk to each other, and sometimes I'll call and find out. It's like, oh, so it didn't work out. Where were you at again? And I find out where they were at. Then I'll call and be like, did you have a problem with these people? Oh yeah, you don't want them. They did da 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 da. And you'll find out that that's exactly what happened. So yeah, a couple times I got burnt, and you lose rent, but I don't think I ever lost more than a week's rent or a week and a half's rent. Or
how long did you guys own the campground?
6 years, I think.
20 years.
I looked into it because a similar
January of 2018 to just January 24. So
we looked into one buying and maintaining one here because I'm right next to Joshua Tree National Park. It's a big tourist area, but it's also this area is classified as economically devastated because if you don't work on the base, you're not really making any money out here.
No, I know. I don't know the area specifically, but I can imagine. Yes.
Yeah. But we get a lot of tourists and ATVs. So we were looking at doing it for like going way out in the desert, building a campground to cater to the ATVs and the park crowd. We ended up not doing it, but I'd done a lot of research. So it was good to kind of talk with you a little bit about it, just to see if I made the right decision or not, or if it's something I might do later on.
You really have to do a study of the area. You know, John Taffer that does the bar rescues, and he lays out the map, and he does a study of this demographic, and you got this much traffic here and this many bars competing. You kind of got to think of it like that. Look at your layout. How many other RV parks? What are you offering that's different? Is there a demand for that? Like you said, RVs, ATVs. Is there a demand for it? And if you think there is, at least enough to justify half your business, then the other half will come by, most of the business came by way of website. When I built the website for the campground, it took about 2 years of analytics for it to start going to the top. But then it started bringing all the money. I didn't make any money from the town. None. They're not staying in the park. A couple of them are driving through
our business administration and got a lot of those analytics, and we were looking at where do we want to go. Really, the big thing that kind of scared us off out here is we don't have the greatest police response time.
Yeah, that's a problem. And also your taxes in California are over the roof.
And we're in the biggest county in the U.S. Our county is bigger than Rhode Island. So expecting the sheriff to respond, sometimes they're coming from Needles. And it's like, yep, we'll see you in at least an hour.
In that county, where are you located? Are you central or off to one edge of the county?
South central. Like we're at the very southern edge of the county, but right in the middle of it.
I got you.
Yeah, there's a little... It kind of looks like Connecticut because it's a big square, but there's a little part that juts down, and that actually starts touching like the LA metro area, and that's where all the county services are. Everyone's got to drive there for the most part because that's where the money is. So,
now, for a short stint before I even met Therese, she was staying with her sister while she was moving up from South Florida up to Ocala to take a post office job. And she was staying with her in a neighboring county of Dixie to the west, right near Levy County. And she had always said, I would never live anywhere near Dixie or Levy County. So that didn't happen, but she still feels the same way. I'll never live.
I did see this question. Did you gentlemen use gun trucks? We had to build our own from parts on the M35. I can say that we did not have to build our own. We did have gun trucks. The military does things almost modular nowadays. So a lot of stuff goes from one to the other. But you guys can explain your experience.
It's the same. It's a modular conversion. We on the ground didn't do it, but they probably might send it to a shop, and a shop does a whole line of them and sends them back out.
For us, it was we had soft top Land Rovers. The other vehicles like the the vehicles that we got now we didn't use them at first when we were in Iraq. So obviously, we would get sandbags, put sandbags in certain positions, or we'd get like we would find it look like a steel plate or something like that. But I do have a two-part question for you, Brett.
Okay.
In regards of your beautiful new home, because I've watched a video of your new home, and seeing the smiles on Teresa and your face was just phenomenal. I was really happy for you. The first question is the fireplace behind you.
Yes.
Are you going to keep it the way it is? Because I think that is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, we're not touching that. Most of this we're not touching.
Right.
The real big things that I wanted to do was get power established over into the garage because it didn't have power. He just had an extension cord running over there.
Okay.
So that's been taken care of. See, what was another big thing we wanted? Oh, yeah, the garage door needed to be raised above 11 foot 4 inches. It was only 10 foot.
Right.
So the RV could get in there, and it's been done. So it's up to 11.6, I think it is.
Right. And the second question is, because I like to do effects and stuff like that, I do know that you can get specific lighting systems for fireplaces. They're fireproof or fire safe. What would really look nice is if you had like a light strip or some sort of colored light strip around a fireplace. So in the evening when you are relaxing, you can turn that light on, and it gives you that ambience. So that
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm using a posh word, ambience. Ambience. But I congratulate you both for the property, that very beautiful property. I mean, you Americans like that, like your garage is probably the size of my house. I know that you guys like live in big places so you can stay away from each other, but
it's a little different with us. I mean, we may have some of that too, where I just go to the garage for a couple hours, but the garage is the big part we wanted. We didn't even care to have a house. We just wanted to be able to put the motorhome in there, have the hookups, and be able to hit the road and secure our stuff.
Yeah.
And then come back here as a homestead and then reset and go back out. We didn't even care about having a house. The fact that it has a house and it's a bonus, I'm like, oh, it's got a house. How much is that going to be? Because we really didn't want to. We didn't want to spend like this because we still want to travel. So the budget, I could have bought more, but I didn't want more. I wanted to be able to live. So it's a small cabin. I think it's 900 square feet. It's really small.
Well, for you, it's small. For us, it's like a palace.
Oh, it's really set up.
I mean,
we had a family of 4 living here for 4 years, and they were cramped.
Right. The other thing, I don't know if Therese or you have ever thought of this, because obviously you like traveling, and I get that, and obviously you want to protect, like your bills and stuff. Have you thought of like putting solar panels and solar batteries into that property so you will always have like power, regardless of to save?
I considered solar panels at the campground, and it just wasn't feasible because the amount of storage that you need for the batteries. And also realize that the battery life is only 10 or 20 years, and then the panels themselves only last 10 or 20 years. I think it's the battery's 10 and the panels are 20. So you're buying that system over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
And it's a green thing that just out with the dollars and cents, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And you're the same with the electric cars. You're paying so much for them. And you're passing all the gas pumps.
Yeah.
But then the batteries you're replacing, and then some of them are exploding. So are they really safer? And when you compile all of these things, Tennessee, when you register an EV vehicle here, there's a surcharge for that because they figure they're not getting the fuel tax for the roads.
Yeah.
So you're charged extra hundreds of dollars if you're registering an EV vehicle. I'd never heard of that, but it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
California's lost so much gas money. 10 years ago, they passed this 80 cents gas tax, which is just ridiculous. Like, we are by far paying more than everyone else. And that was all for the roads. Well, people started switching to EVs. Now they're losing out on that money. So now they want to start charging people, taxing them per their vehicle mileage.
Right. How much do you right? This right now right. Okay, you can tell I'm stuttering because the angry spawn's popped out now. Right. You guys over there, with the utmost respect, you Americanese, right? You complain about how much you're paying for your fuel. Right. You pay $2-3, right, for a gallon. Ladies and gentlemen, a gallon is 4 freaking liters. Okay, all right, 5 then, madam. Right,
I do.
right. Okay. Now, you know how much we pay for 1 liter here in the UK? We have to take out a freaking mortgage to get a full tank of fuel. Right?
Yeah, and do you know why that is?
Can I talk to my lawyer before I say anything? Because I don't want to incriminate.
People are going to love me or hate me on this, but I don't really care.
No, go for it, mate. Go for it.
It's the policies that drive that. Look at California, and that's the stepping stone between where the rest of the country is and where you're at.
Yeah.
They're trying to be more liberal, and with more liberal, you're doing this.
Yeah, I mean,
you're going to keep taking. So, what percentage of your income is taxed if you have a basic 9-to-5 job and it's all taxed?
Everything's
like 40%.
Taxed.
See, Canada's like that too.
Yeah.
20, 30, 40%. How much are you going to take? If you're only working for half your dollar, where's the incentive to go to work?
Yeah, true. I mean, I know that I don't want to go into this political thing,
right? Because it could be we'll be here in the morning still talking.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, like, there's a petrol station near where I live, and when it all kicked off, you know, in a certain place where certain people go "Davai" and all that stuff, he kept his prices exactly the same. Everyone around, everywhere in the UK went up in price. So I went in and filled my bike up, which cost me about £18, a full tank of 23 liters. And I walked in, I went, "Why haven't you put your price up?" And he's a Sikh guy, very nice. He's funny as hell. And he went to me, he said, "Because this is only going to last 3 to 4 weeks, and then after a month or so, you're going to start seeing the prices come back down." I went, "Nah." And I went into work 3 to 4 weeks later. Next thing, the prices slowly started coming back down because petrol stations were getting boycotted, and they were going to other places to get fuel.
Here's something I don't know, and maybe someone can explain this to me. But we don't want to drill in Alaska. Why?
Because
it's like in the up in the northeast corner there. What's that called? The north. Help me out. He was in the chat. The Arctic Refuge area up there. There's no people up there. There is maybe a handful of people up there. You're drilling below ground, not on the ground. You're not hurting the ground. And if we don't drill it, guess what? Russia's going to get the oil. They're going to drill. It's the same reservoir. They're drilling. They're not far away. They're drilling the same oil, and they're going to take it from our land because the oil is going to flow where it's being sucked, right? If we don't take it and use it, they're going to steal it and sell it and use it, probably sell it back to us.
And just for the record, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the map and look how many areas have been bought up by Chinese entrepreneurs and businessmen.
Yes. Most of I think it's 70% of the agriculture in America is now in Chinese hands. That's very scary. And no one's really paying any attention to it.
You're being invaded.
Kind of they complain about bananas, but they're not fixing the problem. The problem is quit selling to your adversary.
So Brett,
and our estate taxes are the farm killer. We don't allow people to pass farms on without paying these huge estate taxes. Well, big places like Monsanto, they'll never have to pay those taxes because some CEO dies, new one comes in.
So Brett, I've got a question for you.
Okay.
And I think you guys are going to like this, and I think Teresa's, if she's listening, she's going to like this as well. Okay, I have a request. I want you to get a sticker, okay, get a permanent pen, and then put on there, Spawn Trooper was here 2020-24. All right, and the next trip you take, I want you to put it somewhere, and then put underneath it, P.S. Mike was being dragged against his will. Because the trips you guys do, my wife, I was watching one of your videos. I think you went into, I can't remember what park it was. You guys were, I can't remember what park it was, but you guys were walking through a tree line or forest or something like that. I can't really remember exactly what. I have to look again. And my wife turned around to me and she went, "Why don't we go there?" And I turned around and I went, "What, you going to rob the bank or shall I?" I said, "You know how much it costs to go over there, and just to go to the places like that?" And she was like, "Oh, it's not cheap."
For all the people that have not been to Alaska but may have the means to get there, it's expensive to get there because of the Canadian gas, the cost of it. But it's a beautiful state. It's really its own country. It's so different from any other, and it's so majestic. The pictures and what you see of it on TV don't even do it justice, to be honest. We took so many pictures, and Teresa's looking through the windshield and she's just going, like, she can't believe how it's one mountain and it's as far as you can see east, far as you can see west, one mountain.
Yeah.
Clouds on the top, trees in the middle, snow on the top, and 80 degrees down here. It's incredible.
I mean, I went to Banff.
It's beyond comprehension, the beauty of South and Southeast Alaska.
I mean, I went to Banff when we were on exercise in Bathurst. We had 5 days R&R, and we went to Edmonton first, and then we went to Banff. And Banff and Edmonton are quite sort of like touristic areas. And then if you drive further north, sort of like northwest, you start going towards the Rockies, I believe, and the view was just. I mean, I'm a hard nut, and it takes a lot for me to go, oh. But yeah, I actually went, oh, that's nice. It does. It just takes away all that stress and that.
There's some beautiful places in America and through Canada, but none of it touches what I've seen in Alaska. British Columbia is very close. British Columbia, Canada is very pretty too. The coastal. Rockies.
Oh, look at that. Rub it in, Selena. Why don't you? I could have came to your house and had dinner.
I have no connections with Canadian military history. I did have a friend who was in the Royal Canadian Artillery who became a U.S. citizen simply so he could become a United States Marine. And I served with him twice.
Most of the Canadians that we've met have been very friendly. They're very outgoing. They're funny. They're almost like British people. They go out of their way to make conversation, and they're friendly and inviting. Well, and that's been the most beautiful thing here about being here in Tennessee is the people have been so warm, so welcoming. It's almost they know where you're coming from. They say, "Where are you coming from?" And they almost know you're going to say Florida, just because everyone, Florida's. People are leaving Florida. They're calling us halfbackers. They're moving from California and New York where they're being overtaxed. They're going to free Ron DeSantis' state of Florida. And then they realize Florida's full. It's full. And they're not all desirable people. Okay. So they're going halfway back. And so that's what we did. We went to Florida and now we're going halfway back. So Tennessee is home. But we love it here. It's beautiful here. Now, it's not Alaska beautiful, but it's beautiful.
So let me ask you a question because you just dropped yourself right in it. Where here in this country, young man, where in the hell did you come across nice people in this country, in this country where I am right now? I'm joking. There are nice people. We are quite nice people. It depends where you go.
It does.
Yeah.
I think it's a flip. Now people are going to be like, he's crazy. 95% of my experience in Florida, 95% did not go out of their way to be friendly. It was a fake wave. It's a hi, it's a smile, but it's not a greeting. It's not real. Yeah. It's a 95% not genuine and 5% were genuine friendly.
I mean,
here it's like flip. And it's amazing.
I can tell you right now, if you came over here, all right, and say I know you now, or I knew you from YouTube, right? And I wasn't speaking to you right now, and I was like walking through. I drove down to London, which will take me a while to get down there. And I was walking through Oxford Street, and I bumped into you. I would walk up to you and go, "You right, bro?" You'd probably poo yourself for a second and go, "Oh, I'm about to get mugged," but like I'm not a small guy, so I apologize. But the thing is, that's one thing. If we want communication with you, we do it. It's just like in France. I mean, like I was sitting, no word of a lie, I'm sitting in Victoria Coach Station to get a bus because I was going to go down to Marseille to watch football. And like when I got into France, this woman, she was sitting there and she was staring at me. And the thing is, French have a habit of staring. And it got to a point where I started getting paranoid that there was something on my face, or I pooed myself, or I had, you know, whatever. So I just said to her, I went, "What are you staring at?" And she went, "Oh, désolé, monsieur. I was trying to, I was daydreaming, and I apologize for you staring at you. I did not mean any offense." And I went, "Oh, mademoiselle, that's okay. No problem. Have a nice day." And I just got up and ran away.
I may be coming off as bashing Florida a little bit, but look, this was my personal experience with Florida. Now, I don't know all of Florida. I cannot speak for Florida, but if I had to, let's say I was forced to move to Florida and I couldn't live anywhere else, it would be you have to find a gated community away from. That was the one thing I noticed when I visited for 2 weeks is why does everybody have a fence around their yard? Is people attacking them? It's a whole bunch of this is mine, that's yours. And to have to be good neighbors, you got to have good fences. They say good fences make good neighbors. Well, nowhere is it more true than Florida because they have fences everywhere. You know, in Alaska, you're not allowed to put fences up because you're inhibiting wildlife and it can get hurt and tied up in the fences. So it has to be free. Now you can do a decorative fence, but you can't just, you know, throw up a fence willy-nilly and because you got snow machines or what they call snowmobiles down here, snow machines, and you're going 100 miles an hour, you're not going to see a fence. You're going to kill somebody. So you can't just string up fences anywhere you want.
I mean, the thing, funny enough, someone actually just put it into chat, and I was going to ask exactly the same question. I have watched so many freaking videos about HOA. If I can tell you right now, if I move to the States, and someone knocked on my door and go, "Hi there, I'm Julie. I'm from the HOA." I'll be going, all you hear from me is beep, 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 and then you can go beep, 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 beep. I'll be doing Morse code the whole way for her walking down the road.
You don't need a HOA for that. I will say that because we have out here where I live, our most popular bumper sticker just says "Go back to LA," because we get a lot of these people who. They're tired of the prices in LA, so they come out here where it's way cheaper. It's one of the cheapest parts of California, and they bring their LA way of life. Where, well, why are these people allowed to do that? It's like that's their property; they're allowed to do that on their. Well, they shouldn't be allowed to do that, and it's like, go back to LA. And there's no HOAs out where I live.
Wasn't the HOA? Didn't the HOA came from? If I can remember correctly, somewhere in the mid '80s, late '80s. You had you had a neighborhood watch system going on, and then they started sort of taking the sort of like a couple of pages from the neighborhood watch, and then implemented that into the HOA, and then obviously HOA then became a political fucking. It then became the domineering thing of the
HOA. Really, you got to read its bylaws of the HOA. Here, the HOA is it's not mandatory. You don't have to join it. The only thing it's really for, and they don't come knocking on your door about cutting grass. It's about a private boat dock that they have, and they put a lock on it. And if you pay the $100 for the year, that's the whole year. That's $8.50 a month.
Yeah.
Then you get a key that gives you private access to a boat launch that is a half a mile from the house. That's why we like this property. We can be on the lake in 10 minutes. Literally, time me. I can be on the lake in 10 minutes.
So, I mean, like, I just don't understand. It's like the thing is, like, look, if you live in a community and you want that community to look good, instead of having like some sort of dictatorship, like HOA dictatorship, get all the residents in one place, have a meeting once a month, and say, like we do here, we got a parish council, and I've already gone after the parish guy, the vice president, already, because he talks out of his bottom. And basically, I've once a month, and you just spend 3 minutes. Each person gets 3 minutes. You go in there before you say, "I've got questions." Right? Okay, you got 3 minutes. Bang, and it's like your town hall meetings where each person gets, I think, a minute and a half or 3 minutes, and and my 3 minutes, I just turn around. And I said, listen, we all live in the same environment. We all spent money buying our own properties. We maintain
We're
our
all
own
there
properties.
for the same reasons. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And I said, at the end of the day, if one of our neighbors needs help, like cutting the grass or cutting a hedge or something like that, and they're not able to do it because of injury, health, or whatever, it doesn't hurt anybody to go, hey, let's all get the three neighbors get together and we just cut the hedge, cut the grass. Done. Don't have to join a bloody HOA for that.
Yeah.
God, I'd be a
It really
nightmare.
depends on the HOA. This HOA is not enforcing or infringing at all. It's simply they only meet once a year, and I think they meet in June. I think we were here for the meeting, but we didn't go to the meeting. But they don't really. They just the only thing that they did enact here that's brand new is short-term rentals. They were allowing people to do short-term rentals, and they're stopping that.
Right.
So as long as you can rent your house out or your space out, but it has to be for at least 31 days. They're not doing short-term under 30-day rentals anymore because they've had problems with annoyances and nuisances and loud music and cars coming and going, parties. And that's not what this is. This is a lake community. It's very quiet.
Yeah.
I
mean, so basically it's similar to what we've got here. Like the parish council are very supportive for the residents. You know, they're not on your doorstep 24/7, and they support ideas. Right. And they also yeah, and yeah, it sounds like you two have found yourself a nice little nest there.
Yeah, we can't think of one thing that we don't like about it. Now it hasn't snowed here yet, and we haven't seen the winter, but so far we like everything we've seen.
Yeah, one thing about snow and where that road is near to your property, I would put a couple of barriers up or put like a catch pen.
I'm thinking I'm going to get some different tires for this Jeep because they're made for mud and snow, not ice. And there are some hills here. They're pretty steep. There are most of the houses in this neighborhood touch the water, but the water is a good 500 feet down. So these driveways are stupid steep. Like I don't even think they come out here to visit. Most of these people, it's second homes. I was told by the HOA guy there's like 5 people here that live here full time. The other 140 homes are all part time. They're second homes.
Yeah. Well, if you want tires, check out a tire make called Heidenau. They make.
Sorry, I want everyone to get their questions in because we're starting to come up on 2 hours, and I don't think we want to.
Time gets away. I know. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Bloody hell, that was quick. Really?
I've been enjoying this. I mean, I enjoy the conversation. I just once in a while glance at a chat to see if it's relative. You know, can I entertain it? But yeah, this has been fun.
Oh, to be honest with you, all I've been doing is staring at you.
I've just been watching like the top 2 people.
Yeah, it's like I mean, there's been quite a lot.
Upset.
I plead the fifth.
I plead the fifth.
What was it? There was one person I forgot to say, asked a question, but after that, someone else said that they liked my voice was very relaxing. Actual fact, I think all 3 of our voices tonight were extremely relaxing and quite entertaining, to be honest with you. It was very peaceful conversation.
I don't think I have a good radio voice at all. I hate my voice, but it's soft voice. It just is. It's hard for me to inflect. I have to really push it, you know.
Yeah.
I'm more passive kind of guy. Unless you get me mad or something.
You know, you, Brett. I mean, I must say, I've been extremely proud of you and Therese and everyone else. And it's an absolute honor that I'm sitting here on this panel talking to you. And I'm not saying that to kiss your bottom because I don't do that. I offer you toilet paper, but it is an absolute pleasure.
We have a bidet, so.
Wait, what? Wait, but he's got a poupée la bouquet.
Hey, I like that next level of cleanliness, not just smear it around, you know.
Yeah, sure you like that. I bet you're on there all day, aren't you? Eh? You can't tell through.
During COVID, and I'm not going back. I put some the ones off Amazon, put them into mine. I love them.
Yeah.
Right, you carry on talking. I'm going to make a coffee because I need a coffee. Oh, yeah, coffee.
We want everyone to get their questions in.
Yeah, get them in. Hit me. I've done. I also have a sport pilot's license too. I forgot to mention that. Up in Alaska, I was doing martial arts, and I did a sport pilot, not a regular bush plane, but it's an ultralight with the experimental aircraft with the bar, and you push it, you fly it like this.
Yep.
I brought it back to Florida, but I didn't never really get to fly it. The weather here is a little more. I mean, in Florida is a lot more unpredictable, and there's small windows, and it just wasn't worth the time, so I sold it.
I would imagine the wind is significantly less in Tennessee.
Yeah, a lot of thermals in Florida very early in the morning. I don't like that. Alaska was more because you had the longer daylight and the cooler temperatures. You could go after dinner, go out to the airfield about 9, 10 o'clock. You could fly for a couple hours, and it's still daylight, and you have nice, smooth air. I mean, it was very reliable air, so you didn't have to play with the sun and the thermals. And yeah, Florida's in the middle of a soup, and I don't want to go up in the air in that soup. It's not.
Oh, there's
It's
a
not.
question. There's a question for me.
Yes.
The Wookiee done it. Question: Spawn Trooper, what bike do you ride? What bike are you riding? And thank you for being and telling us your story. Wait a minute, I missed it. I can't. Oh wait, telling us your story, guys. Basically, I would like to let me put it this way. It's a BMW mark make.
Oh.
And I have ridden it to the Atlas Mountains in Morocco and back on the bike. I've traveled down to Italy. I've been all over Europe on the bike. And I've done advanced bike riding, trained by the civil police, which you can do a course with.
Oh,
I've had a 600. I had a My first bike was a 650 Dakar, which I actually pimped out to use off road. I do a lot of off roading with any type of bike, and I can tell you the bike is over. Put it this way, it's over 1200 cc. So it's definitely a big bike.
I'm going to share my bike. This is taken at the campground, but it's the same bike.
Oh, is that that's not Panhead, is it? No, wait,
It's a 2015 Indian.
Oh, do you know what? Now I have got a mission. I will be coming to America. I will be hiring a bike, and I will be coming to your house, and me and you are going.
Hey, we go ride, man. Let's go ride.
We'll go ride. Yeah, we'll not go off roading, but we'll go ride.
Yeah,
that's for
I
sure.
used to ride dirt bikes a little bit, but not as much as Travis did.
Yeah.
I just did some hair scrambles and stuff like that. Nothing major.
I think me and Travis would actually get on quite well. I mean, because I went on there's a thing called the GS Trophy years ago, and a couple of our guys from my unit had decided to go for the trials, and I took if I can remember correctly, it was a 1200 GS Adventurer, and I was ripping that thing around like if it was a push bike, and people going, "How are you doing that? It's 230 kilos," and I went, "It's easy, you know." Just lean with your body.
Yeah. Someone's saying that I need to get studded tires. I don't ride it when the ice gets on the road. I ain't doing it. It ain't worth it. Nope.
Yeah. But the thing is, at the moment, because I'm I don't like to give too much information out, but I do ride motorbikes, and I can, if push to shove, I can do the Great Escape job type of riding.
That's good. I'm less adventurous now. Being older, you're more. I guess
here come the excuses. Here come the excuses.
Yeah, there's more of a fear of the fall and the recovery. You don't bounce up like you used to.
Yeah, you know the old saying, Brett. Right, you go by your speed and not by the speed of the other guy.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I hear you. I came off in Germany. Well, I got taken off by a woman watching a TV program on her cell phone while she was driving, but she didn't indicate, and then took me off my bike. It's like the thing is, people think, oh, riding bikes is fun and it's the wind in your hair. Yeah, until you got some stupid idiot who doesn't pay attention.
We got a child abduction alert.
Huh. Jesus Christ, for a second there, I thought you guys were going to have fun and have a purge, and there's me sitting in the UK not having fun. Oh, bastards.
Uncle Frank, I had an M16A2, an M16A4, and an M4 during my career.
I done the M16, A1, and A2, and then M4. It just depends on where you get stationed. And then as an officer, they give you a 9mm. You don't have
Here comes my brag. I had an SLR 7.62. I had an SA80A1, SA80A2, SA80A3, because 1 and 2 keep them falling apart or didn't, those shit. Right. I've used a mini-me or a saw. And so, yeah. And and a Browning as well.
Oh.
Yes, Browning. Freedom speaker. Yes.
The military, while we still have 1911s, standard issue is the M9.
Yeah.
Didn't you go through the? Didn't you go through the six? You had the wait a minute. You had the Beretta, then you had the 6229, and then the 226. What else? Because you got 2 new pistols coming out soon, haven't you?
I don't know if they've switched yet, but they're still sticking with the M9 as of right now. And I used to be. I apologize. I used to be all over that stuff because everywhere I went, I got safety in the armory. Everywhere I went, I had those 2 things. And but I'm a little bit out of because I haven't kept up on the armory stuff as much.
One thing I do, like, here's my question that I've been dying to ask you, Brett, all night. And if your beloved, the long-haired colonel's indoors is close by, you can hear what I'm saying.
She can hear you. You listening, Therese? Yeah. Okay, go ahead. She's listening.
The first thing I want to say to Therese and you is that you guys are absolutely fantastic. Love you to bits. The second thing is the next trip you. What? Say again?
Oh, she's in the chat.
Uh-oh, I didn't do it.
She's in the chat. I see her in the chat.
Hello, Madam Mayor. I am behaving myself. Right. The second part is this: the next trip you go on, and by the way, you can't prove anything. I am behaving myself. The next trip you go on, can you do me a favor? When you film stuff, okay? Can you film the vehicle a little bit more, because I would love to see how that vehicle is set up and how you actually relax when that vehicle's set up.
The Jeep?
No, the RV.
Oh, the RV. Oh, you mean like the inside?
No, outside. Like, the way you, because because stuff like that interests me, because like the wife and I, when we go camping, we use tents. We don't use an RV. If it was up to me, I'd use a basher. I'll be field sleeping. I'll be in my slug and under a basher, and that's it. But yeah,
I think I've had every type of RV. Even before I bought the campground, I was kind of into RVs. I've usually had fifth wheels, and fifth wheels kind of the way to go. But we wanted to do more moving. So if you're going to camp in one place for a while and stay like 30 days and then camp again, fifth wheel is the way to go. You get more bang for your buck, more space for your dollar if you have a vehicle already. But for this purpose of travel, hit a spot, travel, hit a spot, travel, hit a spot, there's a lot of setup and tear down. So we wanted to minimize. And so at this age that we are, we're thinking more doing this for 10 years. Then we wanted something more coach friendly, Class C, not a big motorhome, but something where you can boondock. So we wanted something small where we could do a lot of boondocking, because I'm not about spending a bunch of money in campgrounds for one night to sleep. It's ridiculous. I'm providing everything. All I'm doing is hooking up power. So we wanted a solar inverter kit on it, and it had one. Now we bought it from a private individual. So we went to the store to see what we want, and then we went to RV Trader and tried to find one. And in Florida, it's very easy to find RVs. It's like the RV capital mecca. So we took our time. We found someone who was trying to find the right owner. Now, this guy had a lot of money, but he wanted us to have this coach, because after he met us, he goes, I want you guys to have this coach. Yeah. And so he even let us take it home, and we hadn't paid for all of it. We paid for most of it, and we took it home. He let us use his license plates, and then we mailed them back. And then when we finished selling the campground, then we finished paying for the motorhome. So it was very nice. It was very great.
Is it one of those motorhomes where you can push, where you can automatically push the sides out? Is it one of them, or is it just like?
Yeah, it has one single slide, like the whole room slides out. It's like a super slide.
Right, so similar to what Jeremy's got.
E plus.
Right. So similar what Jeremy had on his property in down in Otter Creek, the white one.
No, he had a travel trailer, but it had a
Oh.
slide out. They
Right.
call them slide outs or bump outs or whatever.
That's what mine is.
It has a single slide. Some of
Right.
them have up to 5 slides. But the more slides you add, the more weight you have, and the more things
Right.
can go wrong. I'd rather have one big slide and the whole side slides.
Got you.
That's what I wasn't used to with my fifth wheel. How many times I had to get underneath that thing. That was almost weekly.
Like having slides with the bedroom up top. I mean, why? You're just going up there to go to sleep. What does it matter how much room you have around your bed? It might be a nice thing to have here and there to make the bed, but who really cares? You're buying an extra slide. It's going to cost you extra gas to tow it because it's extra weight, and it's an extra thing that can break. So you want to minimize all that. In my personal, semi-professional opinion, the best travel trailer or fifth wheel is a Grand Design. They make them built to live in, and they're very good quality, and they're not ridiculous with the price.
It's one thing about you Americans that I've noticed when it comes to fifth wheelers and also RVs. You know so much. I mean, like over here, you guys need to start a business over here in the UK. And
Y'all have limited road structures, don't you? You can't just build parks anywhere you want. Like if you could build a campground somewhere, are you allowed to do that?
Over here, there's so much red tape, but there are campgrounds over here that used to be campgrounds, and they've just been sort of left to rot. So but it's like old MLD properties. There's a lot of properties over here from the RAF, from the Army, Navy, that have just been left to go to rot. And all it takes is someone to contact the MLD and say, "Hey, we would like to take that property over and turn it into like an RV place / remote controlled airplane sort of, turn it into like a multi-purpose use."
Oh, okay.
So it's possible.
Campgrounds or
military.
Yeah, a campground is also an alternative, lower cost place to live, as it's turned out to become so prevalent here. A lot of the states you can live year round.
Yeah, a lot of people are doing that now, aren't they? Because of obviously the pandemic and that. Unfortunately, a lot of people.
There was a big spike with the pandemic, but there was still a high number of people doing that before the pandemic.
It was growing at a rate of about 4%, and then spiked with the.
I've always liked it. I mean, we were planning to stay in the motorhome for 2 years and just travel. We weren't planning on finding a house. That just kind of happened.
Well, I think you've done really well.
We like the freedom of it. You don't like a place, you can be packed up and gone in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
If you buy a place, now you got obligations. You're kind of tied down. You have an electric bill, you got a water bill, you got lines that can freeze. You got things you're responsible for, even if you just leave.
You're a free spirit.
Camper, you can just leave. Basically you pay the rent and you're gone.
Yeah, basically, when you get in your camp, I mean, for the layman's terms, you're a free spirit when you're driving around. You can park up anywhere, you can stop anywhere. Go, oh, look, darling, look, that's nice. You can stop, and so you're a free spirit, and it's less stress.
Yes,
it's less stress.
You're just worried about your coach. Yeah. Yeah,
like my wife, like once I said, right, we're going to North Wales, and she went, really? I went, yeah. And it was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and we left on Wednesday night very late. Got there Wednesday early hours, Thursday morning. And for the whole until Sunday evening, we didn't have one argument. Everything was fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. A little bit of poo came out then.
A lot of people were saying, y'all need to get a bigger motorhome. Are you going to trade up and get something bigger? You need more space. More space for what? To put more stuff in? Because all you're going to do is you're going to fill it back up to 80%, right? And you're still going to have that 20% you're living in. So you find out very quickly. You find out very quickly that you really don't need that much stuff.
Yeah,
you just want stuff, but you don't need it.
And you just found out when Mike gets bored, he starts pressing buttons.
Yeah, he's trying to move us along.
It's like, oh,
he's like, go on.
I keep forgetting about this thing.
So I hope we
Wow.
haven't bored you.
The hell? What the? Mike, just for the record, a little bit of pee just came out. No, but yeah, Therese and Brett, I'm really proud of you guys, and I'm really happy for you guys that you've not just got your mobile home, but you've got a nice, beautiful home. And
Thank you.
whatever
We're really enjoying the peacefulness of it. It's kind of hard to go find an adventure because we kind of like it here, but we have to go find an adventure.
Well, if you want an adventure, just go outside your door in your boxer shorts and go, "Oi, no, get out." That'll get you some adventure going.
Is there anything, because we've already passed 2 hours, is there anything you guys want to talk about before we wrap things up? Because I don't want to hold you all night.
No, you're not bothering me. I just have to.
I've got one thing.
Hit it.
Right now, obviously, Brett, you've only met me tonight. I've been following this whole situation that's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
And as a veteran, as a former soldier, I am going to say this. Some people may not like it, but I am going to say this, right? For what you did, Mike, put your hands behind your head. Put your hands behind your head right now. Right now. Put your hands behind your head. Move away. Put your hands behind your head. All right. Don't do it. I'm watching you. Don't do it. No. Bad puppy. No. No, on a serious note, what I swear to God, what you and Teresa and the other guys did for Lloyd, I watched it. For what you did as a veteran, as a human being, and someone who's been trained to help people as well as hurt people, I applaud you, and I am very, very, very proud of you two and the other guys. And I'm not saying that to get favoritism. I'm saying that because I am, especially for you and Teresa.
What people may not know about Lloyd, because he didn't really want to go on camera that much and talk. He reached out to us when we were in Alaska. He texted me, and it was a lot of text back and forth. And I don't remember the exact dialogue, but believe me, it's all in here. I'd have to go back and read it, but I won't bore you. But basically, he was asking for help. He's like, I need some help. Do you still have your truck? Can you come in? Can you meet me somewhere? We need to talk. He didn't realize I was out of state and had sold the campground. He didn't even know. So after he learned all that, I'm trying to get him. I was like, I got somebody that can help. And I started talking, started trying to let him know that, Jeremy could probably offer some assistance here with Rex's help and some other hands to help get your stuff out of there. Because I remember he had a lot of totes. And I remember he had a lot more totes than the number of totes we pulled out of there. He had a lot more stuff before. But I couldn't facilitate it by myself. And so I didn't have a truck anymore. So I had to lean on somebody. I had to talk to Rex, and Rex had already said he would move it. But he didn't trust Jeremy because he had heard so many things about Jeremy. So he goes, you can't tell Jeremy. You can't tell Jeremy. He's like, well, how can I help you if I can't call Jeremy for help? Because Rex alone can't do it. He works not only in the campground, but he has a full-time job too. So he's going to be hard to nail down. So not that Jeremy has more time, but he can free up some time. He can free up some people. So he has resources. And I knew he could help. But if he couldn't personally help, he could tap someone who maybe could help. So he was a good person to start with and then go from there. So he didn't trust it. It took a number of weeks before he said, okay, I'm at wit's end. I'll call Jeremy. Here's his number. You reach out to him. You call him. And he didn't call for a while. He's like, you said you were going to call. Did you talk to him last night? No, I didn't call. I'll call him tomorrow. I promise. This went on for a while. It went on for weeks. And so now he's in desperate mode. And he's scared for his life. Literally, he's like, I don't know what she's going to do, bro. I don't know what she's going to do. I could step out the trailer and she shoots me. I have no idea. So he decides he doesn't like what's happening now. So he decides to trust me and said, look, you don't have to trust Jeremy. Trust me that I trust me that Jeremy's going to help. or we'll provide something,
Mhm.
either do this or do that, advice or something. And absolutely, I guarantee he will. And so, if finally he reached out to Jeremy, and I knew once he talked to him, Jeremy would convince him and let him know and bring it back down. It's not all what you see on the videos. It's I will help you. I'm not this who he's being portrayed by the other side, and so you see the rest of it. What you didn't see going into that video is that there was a lot of weeks that he didn't trust Jeremy, and I had to get him to trust Jeremy before anything could happen.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, as a veteran, and I'm using that tag for a reason. Like, you and Mike and me, we all know what was going through Lloyd's mind as a veteran. We all know what was going through his mind. We can still look after ourselves. We can still protect ourselves. He couldn't. And the fact that he got that help makes me so proud of you guys. It makes me so proud to actually be able to speak to someone who actually helped him get out of that situation.
And if you get to know him, Deanna will attest to this. She was a little apprehensive at first having him stay over there on the property, but I believe she actually stayed in her place.
Yeah.
And she was like, he's funny. He's funny. He's hilarious. I love talking to him. I was like, yeah, he's got a sense of humor.
Yeah.
And then even George warmed up to him very quickly and realized that he's funny. He's funny. He's like, yeah, he's a good guy. He's funny.
Did he end up over there because he was just a drinking buddy with John Cook?
John just, I guess, convinced him to come over there for whatever reason. And I was floored and surprised he went over there when I found out. Oh, they said they were, Teresa's reminding me, I don't remember all that so well. She says that John was promising to help him because his health was failing.
Yeah.
But John drinks all day long.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we're not going to go into it in depth because obviously I've done my checks and I've been listening to certain things, and we're not going to go into that. We're going to keep on.
You have. If I can't answer it, I'll just say, "Hey, I can't."
Yeah. No, it's not that. It's keeping it on a positive.
In the coming weeks, and when things get tied up, everything will get answered.
Yeah, I mean, because from my perspective, I'll be honest with you, and you can tell Therese this. As a grown-ass man, and the job I used to do, I sat there and I was in tears watching that. And even now, I'm getting a little bit emotional as well.
Yeah, it's hard to watch a fellow veteran in that dire straits, but he was really just scared for his life.
Yeah, I mean, for me to become emotional means
he made Therese cry several times that day.
Yeah, I mean, for me to become emotional takes a lot, and that got me there. Mm-hmm. But all I can say is, Therese, you are an angel in disguise. Brett, you, sir, are a warrior of a magnitude that I swear to God, I'm going to throw him in the brig at some point. Anyway, but you deserve.
He's going to sell me on this thing I'm supposed to get.
Yeah, he does it deliberately. He's yeah, but yeah, I just want. Yeah, but thanks very much, guys, for what you did for Lloyd.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome. Everybody's welcome. Most of all, Lloyd's welcome. I mean, that's the one we're trying to save. Look, we thought it was going to be a 1 hour thing. Get in there, get the trailer. We didn't expect his stuff to be all over the place. We didn't expect the awning not to work. We thought all that stuff was already going to be buttoned up and we were going to be ready to back in there and get it. But that wasn't the case.
What was that?
It was hot. It was humid. It was miserable. I mean, there were
what
sewer
was that area?
lines to pull up, water lines to pull up. I mean, everything. He had antennas mounted on the side of the thing, screwed into the side of the wall. That had to come off. The slide out, we didn't even know if it worked. Fortunately, that worked, or that would have been another delay. A lot of it was up on blocks. We had to get the landing legs up, the blocks up. I mean, it was a lot. It wasn't ready to be moved.
But I'll tell you one thing, Rex has got some driving skills, that's for sure.
Yeah. I taught him everything.
He got that thing out there quick. That thing came out of that property so quick. I was like, Jesus.
Yeah. The only way out was to back it out. I was like, Rex, just back it out. Just go real slow. Put it in 4 low and just push through the mud, and it'll come out onto the harder surface, and it'll go right out. You got 3 or 4 people ground guiding you. Just go slow. And he had to pull forward once, came really close to the post, real on the driveway. And we thought the trailer might rock into the post and maybe break the glass. So he pulled up. I was like, just pull up, be safe, pull up, get it over another inch or two and then back it back out. We got time. You don't want to hit nothing or damage anything because now you're going to create something else. So just get it centered on the road and back it straight out. Once you're on the road, you're free. Just get it off the property.
I can just picture Floyd, Travis, and Captain in one bloody room.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at their personalities and their humor, them three in one room, Jesus Christ, it would be fucking hilarious. But yeah, again, thanks for what you did.
I just like to smile. Smiling's my favorite.
I swear to God. Whoever sold him that freaking thing, when I find you.
So Lloyd's in good spirits these days. He's getting physical therapy and it seems to be working. He's going 2-3 times a week, and that's good. And his daughter's glad to have him, and it's worked out perfect, better than planned. I mean, really. So,
was it just a break, or did he have a severe operation on his hip?
My understanding is he tripped on a rolled carpet. He had a hip replacement. The reason he fell wasn't because he was drunk. Is he got his toe caught in the carpet, and it tripped him up, and he fell in the carpet. So there was carpet in there. Y'all seen us in the video. Yeah. So I mean, was I there?
Well, as long as he's recovering, that's the important thing. He's recovering. He's with family, and that's the important part.
Correct. And everybody did a marvelous job. Travis did a great job. Deanna was super helpful. Therese was great. We absolutely had permission for camera footage, and we could have videoed more than what we did, but we didn't want to. We focused on, if my head is the RV, we're focused on the RV and like 10 feet around the RV where his stuff is. We're not trying to go over here. We're not trying to go back there where the tortoises are. I know the lay of that land, and I know I could have gotten some, whoa, look at that. Not going to do it. I mean, I could have opened those sheds, pulling cords out, thinking that was a cord for something else. Not going to do it. The sheds, I'm just not even going to talk about the sheds. The sheds are a mess, okay? They're a hazard. A lot of things are plugged in over there. Several refrigerators and freezers. It's a mess.
The intention, basically, it was the RV and his property, and that was
all. That was the focus. Now, the fact that he had some things in that shell of a home that she keeps saying that's her home, it's not her home until she receives a certificate of occupancy from the county saying that she can occupy it, and that can't happen until she passes a final inspection. So she's a long way from that. So that whole permitting process with her house kind of fell between two latitudes of government at the same time. It went to the county, started it, they didn't finish it. So do you remember the town hall talk about severing these townships from them, that you would have to stand up their own enforcement and their own?
I remember it,
Well, Otter Creek's not really, I can't speak to it now, but Otter Creek then was not really ready to create code, have an ordinance, and enforce it. They can't police it. They can't enforce it. They don't even have the code written. So it got thrown back to the town. So now Zim and company have to come up with ordinances and enforcement to get her in compliance, or whatever the ramifications of being in compliant would be. But they have to establish that. I think the county should finish it, tie a bow on it, and then be done with it. I think they should have finished what they started and not passed it off, knowing that Otter Creek was not prepared to deal with it.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. So.
I mean, Therese did a bloody good job as mayor. Every time it was on YouTube, I watched it like a hawk. And I was going, go on, you tell him. Go on, you tell him.
She absolutely hated that position, but she wanted to make a difference. And if she had had more support, not just from the town, she was starting to get that, even though it was reluctant by many of the. She wanted to hear from the regular residents that don't come to the meetings, and they still don't come to the meetings.
Yeah.
But she also reached out to Kat Kamek, her state representative. She also reached out to the Attorney General's office. Ashley Moody, she's also reached out to Governor DeSantis's office. All fell on deaf ears. No return calls, no return emails, no guidance whatsoever, nothing. So how much can you do?
Yeah, true. But she did good. She did a good job, and like the guys who are on the in the council now, as soon as Therese became mayor and things started going in a positive direction, and
it did, and I hope it continues that way.
Yeah, I mean they got a good board there now, and they've got a good lawyer. Belinda, I so never ever want to get on the wrong side of Belinda. No.
She's God sent. She's exactly what's needed in that position. We have some concerns about how long she's going to want to do that, and there's nobody else. So,
well, it's her choice, really. I mean, if she doesn't want to, it's everyone's choice if they want to continue or not. But I think Therese should give herself a POB, like Angry Cop says, a pat on the back, because she got the ball rolling.
Yeah, she's good people. That's why I had to lasso her in.
She's definitely good people, and she's definitely got a good heart. She's got a very big heart and very brave as well.
She does.
I mean,
she does.
I mean, from people here in the UK or from Europe who've watched this stuff, everyone, I'm speaking for myself. But when I first started watching, when it first all kicked off about the 2-inch pipe and everything else, and and then suddenly I see Therese as mayor, I'm like going, oh, this is gonna be fun. And I mean, I even said to my wife one day, I said, look at her. She went, what? I said, look at, you see that woman there? She went, yeah, she's the mayor. You see that guy there? Yeah, he used to be the mayor, and he's well pissed off. And I was like, me personally, I was happy that there was someone in that seat who was able to drive that vehicle.
See, we had permits in for this campground. We had a septic permit that was already approved by the health department. We had permits through the power company and the county for the power, and we just had not finished one of them. One of the poles wasn't finished. So as soon as Russell became mayor, he put a stop to the permit. That's illegal. It has already passed your office, and it's passed you. You can't go calling in favors and getting something undone. Yeah. But he did, and because he's got contacts and family commissioners sitting on the board that have Meeks in their last name. John Meeks, and what was the other ones? Rocky Meeks. They're all this, and they're all connected.
And that's why I keep telling people, I do a lot of stuff, harassment and corruption. The smaller the town is, there's a lot of small towns with corruption, but it's easier to clean it out. But the bigger it gets, the harder it becomes to clean it out.
Well, it's countywide, and I don't know that it doesn't go above that. And in fact, I think it's Alachua and Levy when you're looking at the court systems, because those judges are floating back and forth. The 8th district is Alachua and Levy, and there's a lot of stuff going on there. It's making you raise your eyebrows. And is it directly connected to Meeks? I don't think Meeks have that kind of power, but they have enough, connections.
They've been working together for a while.
Yeah.
I've
I mean, before. As an outsider from not even from your country, when and I'm being very honest now, when I watched that, I was like, what the pardon my French, and I do apologize. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Why is the county sheriff's not? I mean, this is like a soap opera. It's like watching a program on TV where everything is fictional, but in realism, it's not fictional. It's real stuff. And then excuse me, and then when Belinda appeared on the scene and Therese appeared on the scene, and things started going in a positive way. And when Therese was
I'm sorry, go ahead.
When Therese was like, there was one point where you could see in her face she was getting sick and tired of the repetitive stuff that was going on. She said, right, let's talk about this, and then she started pushing it. That's when I was like going, that woman is going to make that town good again. She's going to make it good again. And she did. I'm not trying to kiss bottoms or stuff like that, but I'm just saying what I observed.
Of all the videos I've seen on all the platforms from everybody, my favorite is the 11-second clip. And Jeremy's at the end of it, but the 11 seconds in front of Jeremy says, "I may never have sat on a board, may never have been on a board, but I don't sit, I do." And I was like, yeah. And Jeremy in this clip goes, "That's my mare." Oh, I love that. I have it. I play it all the time. And I'm like, I love this clip.
Yeah. And the thing is, now you've got a fantastic board. You've got people on that board who actually care about their environment, about the people.
I'm glad Carl came out because he's a community member. We would like to see more people come out. Laura, still keeping an eye on her, but you know, she's kudos to her for coming out and doing the right thing, making the right decisions. We give
Carl.
Sorry. If we're wrong about something, we say we're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Carl made me laugh because that night when he stood up and he went, "And you, Don, I'm going to have your spot." And Don's face was like, "What?"
There you go. He got it.
When Carl said that, I sat there and I was watching that video at 2:00 in the morning because I've been at work. I was on duty and I watched it and I was like, "Oh, I'm in love. Do you know what? I'm not gay or anything, but I want to kiss that man." He just made me the happiest man when he said that to Don. I was like, yes. Sorry, I do apologize.
No, it's good. There were all some good moments, and like Jeremy uses comedy, to get through this stuff. The 2-inch pipe and the long driveway, all that's comic relief. He's trying to be entertaining, but he's also trying to get. It's also a way of dealing with all of this. You gotta find things funny. If you don't find humor in life as you move forward, then why are we all living? You got to have hope. You got to have a reason to do what it is you do. What drives you? And
I must admit, when he was going on about his 2-inch pipe, I was like sitting there going, "Dude, you're talking about your the dangly thing," and then he went, and then that dawned on me it was about the 2-inch bloody pipe.
He had a 2-inch. It's a 3/4 inch. Well, actually, it's a 5/8 inch line that runs to all the properties, right? Most of them. So he wanted more volume of water. He has a pond back there and some other animals. So, and he has to go a long way. So he decided to go hire a plumber and pony up some bucks and put in a 2-inch meter, and he did. And the town upcharged him for the meter, which they didn't have to do that. I mean, they didn't even have ordinances to say that that's what they should have charged. Russell just makes up prices and starts charging people.
Yeah.
So Jeremy could have fought that. I mean, he could have had them put in the meter, them pay for it all, or he just do it and hook it up, and then he just pays a little fee to connect. But they actually upcharged the meter and like resold him his own meter, basically what they did. And then they started upcharging, stealing from him. When he says stealing from him, what he really means is they don't have check valves in the lines, and they were supposed to have had them years ago and never put them in. They were given, I believe, grant money is what is being said. Grant money was provided for check valves, and they never put them in. Now, this predates us by many years. I don't know, and that's where it lies. Okay, so that's what I've heard. So he decides to put in his own 2-inch pipe, 2-inch meter. So it's a big meter, and the water is in a loop. Okay, it's an old system. There's 22 fire hydrants on it, but whenever they surge and purge these old pumps and clean the filters, water's going up and down his pipe through the meter multiple times. So do you see what's happening?
Yeah.
With no check valve and being at the end of a line, when they're reversing the flow of the water or moving the water, it's sucking water and then it's pushing water.
Because he actually
pushing water.
Yeah, because he actually
recharged for the same water as it passes through.
Yeah, because he actually proved it one day because he was talking about it. He was recording. He went, "Watch this," and he opened the flap, and you could see the little dial still going in a circle, but he had turned the water off at his house and everything, and hadn't used it. And he said, "Look, all the water's turned off." He proved it, and he went down, and the thing was still moving.
Still spinning,
it was still spinning, and then afterwards he said, I think it was the video after that, he said, "Yeah, we've done a check. It turned out we need a a return valve and all that. So they opened it up. They put the guy put a return valve in it, and then it stopped. And then the bill instantly changed. It went from what 50.
When he had his check valve put in, I got 2 meters on the campground, so I had check valves put on both of those too, at the same the next day. So it wouldn't happen to me. I didn't notice that had happened to me, but I only have a 5/8" water line, so I'm not going to see it. He might.
But I mean, that day, that was like opening Pandora's box when he actually those 2 videos basically threw everything out onto the table, and everyone could see what exactly was going on.
Yeah,
you know,
and Russell has done so much more to the people than just that. He has criminally done things to the town, to the people, the money, the coffers, using his plumbing business, or actually I think it's his son's plumbing business, to funnel money. It's just I'm not going to allegate. I've seen receipts. It's a mess, and probably nothing will ever happen to it, and no one's pursuing it. But
I could
long
tell.
before Jeremy came here, there was a lot of problems with this council. I mean,
just by what I could tell, and from what I know about various sunshine laws, there was a lot of laws being broken, because sunshine laws are where it starts. That's the transparency.
And he was asked on TV 20, do you follow sunshine laws? Blatantly lied right in the lady's face. Yes, we do. We have to follow sunshine laws. Yeah, you're supposed to. When are you going to start?
Now, I do want to ask you, how is the water now? Do you know, have they made any headway?
As far as I last heard, actually, from Jeremy, that the filters are still not connected, but they should be soon, any day now, be connected. Okay. This is a van that was provided by, do you remember? Who provided the filter van? It's a big Connex van with some high-end filters in there. And they're supposed to put it in a 1-year study. But the 1-year study, it's like they're only able to keep it if they use it and provide the samplings to the company giving the item, the container. And that hasn't happened in a while, but they're trying to get it back online. So, yeah. Next question.
Oh no, we're just getting reports.
Sorry, I just received a message privately, and apparently I've crapped my pants. Apparently, hang on a minute, just bear with me a second. I just need to stand up.
Apparently, other shows are talking about us, and I'm on drugs and drunk.
Yeah, I'm apparently an alcoholic. I'm also a sperm donor. I mean, just sperm. Sperm. Yeah, one of them. And apparently, I just pooed my pants.
Even if all that were true, is that illegal?
No, it's actually a lot of fun. Actually, it's nice and warm. It's nice and soft. Oh my God, Brett, come on, mate.
I just find it hilarious. It's like, keep talking about us.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but anyway, let's ignore it. Let's go back into the fantastic conversation we're having. Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is that with the commencement of, like, obviously Therese becoming mayor and everything else and everything rolling from there, I think now I think Otter Creek is all it's going to do now is progress. It's going to go uphill. It's going to progress. Things are going to get better.
We hope so. Now realize too, April's the next election, and how many seats are up? 4. I think you got 2 2-year seats terminating, and then you got 2 of the. Yeah. I know Rex's seat is up because he's only there till the next election, because he was there by interest. He didn't run, so his seat's up. That'll become. But I think there's going to be 4 seats. I mean, normally it's 2 1 year, 3 the next year, 2 1 year, 3 the next year. But it keeps getting messed up because, Therese quit and Laura quit and other people come in, and then so the seats keep getting messed up. I think they're going back to another 4-seat election, and Zim's seat will be up. That his 2 years will be up.
Yeah.
And so what was never done in the past, and this was to Russell's detriment because he didn't figure this out. He needed to assign those seats, not just all 5 or 2 and all 5 or 3. You need to assign them. I think they actually should call them like seat A, seat B, seat C, but they didn't do it that way. But Belinda did fix it. She's on top of it. She knows which seats they are. I just don't know right now. But she knows which seats are 2-year seats and which ones are the opposite year seats. They're all 2-year seats, but some will be, 2 years for 2 seats, and then the following year is 2 years for 3 seats, and then it just keeps alternating like that, odd and even years. And that's how the charter is written. But,
all right, I've got people messaging me with questions. I really think what Otter Creek needs to do is unincorporate, and the council should be actually converted to a special water district, in my opinion.
Yeah, you know what would happen if they just unincorporated? Here's the first thing, and the people, I don't know if they just don't believe it, don't want to hear it, but they don't want to call and verify because they're lazy. Their taxes would go down. The county tax, they're charged a county tax, a town tax. Now, the town tax is little, but the tax would go completely away, and they'd get absorbed by the county. And the county would have to provide services. Suddenly, they would get they have fire protection because they paid for it. They gave away a vehicle. So they would get fire protection, and it would all be budgeted under the county.
Yeah.
The town wouldn't be paying for it anymore. The police, they would get police protection. They kind of get it now. They kind of don't. But it would be cleaner if they would unincorporate. And you know who would take over water? The town of Bronson would take it over. Yeah. And the same person that treats the water, Lonnie, he's the chemist, him and his son, Levi. Is it Levi? I think it's Levi. It's a Christian name. I can't remember his name. You remember his name? Him and his son, Israel. Him and his son treat the water, Lonnie and Israel. And they work in different towns doing that. They would treat it, and they would just get a paycheck from Bronson instead of from Otter Creek. That's the only thing that would be different. Same people, same treatment.
Yeah, maybe that's something they need to look into. Maybe that's
there'd be no town meeting. They can do whatever with the building. It doesn't matter. It's not worth anything. A one-room building. It's 100 years old. I mean, they're not losing. They got their money out of it. The fire department hasn't put out a fire. I don't think that fire truck was 17 years old, never put out a fire. No one can confirm that, but no one can deny it either.
I mean, for the sounds of it, like unincorporating would probably might be best for them. Yes. I mean,
it's the absolute best thing they could do.
Yeah, because I think it got mentioned before when Therese was mayor, if I can remember correctly, and people were going on and on and on about it. That confused the hell out of me. But yeah, if unincorporated means that you come under that bigger umbrella from that town, I don't know what town.
It's like the town of Rosewood. It's unincorporated, right down the road, going towards Cedar Key. Sumner is another small town down by Rosewood, unincorporated. It's ran by the county. They still have a town. There's still a name. It's still Otter Creek. You don't lose your Otter Creek town limit signs. You don't lose. Nothing changes.
Yeah, you just get more protection. You get just a bigger umbrella.
You get all your services back that you don't have now because you can't pay for them.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer. I really don't know what there is to think about on this subject.
Yeah. I'm glad I don't live in that town.
With as many dogs that chase over on
attention, she looked up. Yeah, me too.
With as many dogs that chase over onto Tube Town, Travis should become the dog catcher.
Did you see his face when the one day he was on there, and I think he was cleaning up or something, and then the 2 dogs ran over and he went, "All right, okay, darlings, you can go back home. Go home." And all you saw was the little Dackle go over the road.
Now, those 2 little dogs that belong to Lynette, those dogs are precious. Those dogs are cute. Those dogs are very friendly. They're adorable. Are they being well treated? I don't know. I can't speak to the dogs. I'll give her that. But
they look healthy.
Yeah, they look fine. I mean,
yeah. they're probably helping themselves to all the turtle soup. I mean, the food, like, But no, those dogs do look they do come across very friendly, and at the end of the day, you can't. I'm not gonna say anything. No.
Roy is onto something. Who just said something about unincorporating would mean that the county codes would become the enforcement. And yes, that's true. But so what?
Yeah.
The county is not strict on you cleaning up your property. So those people that are making that argument, they're going to make me clean my stuff. No, they're not. There's crap all over the county that looks like garbage. It's just not as prevalent in any one area like it is in Otter Creek.
Yeah, and maybe people
hasn't been able to enforce or police it. They don't want to police it.
And maybe people who have to do all the work now will actually get their lives back, and they can actually like relax, retire properly, and actually enjoy life as they're supposed to.
We always had hoped that Otter Creek would be this cute little white picket fence town where all the neighbors love each other, but that never happened. And I don't know with these people if it can happen. We hope it can happen. I think the more people that move in from outside, it can happen. And the only way that's going to happen is these people been here a very long time. They have to die. They'll be left a house to family. Family doesn't want it. They're going to sell it. And that's the only way. The only way more people are going to come in is they have to die off. Sad to say.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, right. Well, we'll look after them in a minute. We'll go and check on that car in a minute. I hate it Mike, when you do this. Right, because I've crapped my pants and because I'm worried about whatever people say, this is what I'm going to say. If I ever come to the States, I will come down towards Florida, but I probably might circumvent around Otter Creek. But one thing I would do, I would go and visit Deanna, and the other people just to say hello, and then I'd carry on. And I'll probably just drive past, put the window down, say hi, and then carry on driving. It's not, I think it's like over here in the UK, we call places like that a village. 100 people, it's a village. It's a shame that the history of that place, because I've seen the pictures they put up in the town hall, and I've done my research as well on it, and there's a lot of history of Otter Creek.
There is, but they didn't preserve it. So they've got some old photos, but that's it. All the buildings they've allowed to just deteriorate into the ground. Now trees own them, the soil owns them. Yeah. The old railroad bed runs right through the campground. You can see the crown where it used to be.
Yeah.
And where the road splits downtown, the railroad bed went right down the middle, and you can still see the crown where the bed used to be. And then there's the railroad, lack of a better word, I guess the train station is still there, but it's in disarray. It's completely got trees growing out of it, and it's leaning, and it's just someone privately bought it and did nothing with it.
Yeah, because I think Travis was the one who actually started digging into the history of that place, didn't he? Really, or was it?
I don't know what he's done in regards to his. I think some people have poked at it before. The wood shop is a long-standing building that Ellie she owns that now, and that's an old standing building of downtown Otter Creek.
Yeah.
So she has a lot of probably some memories in that building.
Yeah, it's sad.
It's a town that used to thrive. I think they had what they have 2,500 people in the town back in the days of turpentine and harvesting the cypress trees and making pencils and all of that. They had a bustling town when the railroad was running. But those days are gone. And Otter Creek never transitioned into the change. They just, they're stuck, and they just don't know how to get. They don't like change. Yeah. They want what they have, which is nothing, and that's what they want.
Like, you can call it an open air retirement home.
Yeah, it's people where people go to die. Their final resting place.
It's a shame, really, because it's a shame.
It's sad that they don't. It's sad that they don't want more for themselves, and that they didn't want to do more. Do
you know what? Tonight is the first time I've actually been able to relax and not think about all the bull crappery and actually have a very nice conversation. Actually, it's Very
Yeah,
enlightening.
I think most of the people have enjoyed the change. Now I don't know. I don't know a lot of what your chats participate in because I don't catch
Oh.
that much of them. But you
There-
know, it's been a little about veterans. It's been a lot about veterans, actually. I think that's the base of the channel, the core of the channel. And
Yeah.
then if you get off on Otter Creek and you have Madam Mayor here as a representative of Madam Mayor, I think you have to talk a little about Otter Creek and Lloyd, but not too much.
You see, here comes my humor again. This is where my humor kicks in again. It's like I can just picture you sitting there. You've been very polite. You've been very articulate, and I've got this picture of Madam Mayor standing there with a double-barreled shotgun, going, "You better, boy, dude. You better sneak up. You better behave yourself. You better."
When we were in the chat last night with y'all, she was sitting right next to me. I mean, she's sitting right there, and I'm sitting right there, right behind the laptop here, like 5 feet.
Yeah.
She's saying, well, if you go on there, you do you. You know, don't. You know, she didn't have to say, "Don't make the channel look bad. Don't make us look bad. Don't say anything." Da da da. Like, come on.
I just want to apologize for my foul language there, Therese. I do have a bad habit. My excuse is I got. Aww. Autobots, roll out.
Wait a minute. There's a woman walking along 19 in Otter Creek, Florida.
Do you know what? Ever since he's got that, right, he's like a 10-year-old with a new toy. He's like, oh, button, press that. Can you imagine him in a nuclear bunker?
While we're talking, he's sitting there thinking of the next catch button.
Yeah. Can you imagine you're sitting in the quartermaster store, right, and you're having an old group, and he's just on his phone like pressing bing bong, bing bong, bing. Would you fucking stop?
So, one thing I will announce to the fans watching today, on the 11th of November, if they watch The Price is Right, they will likely see me. The 11th of November and the 13th of November, I was at 2 tapings. And Brett, if you and Therese ever come out this way and you want to go and be a contestant, I now understand the process. I know how to get in and all that stuff. So just let me know.
Oh, wow.
So you're only there for 2 tapings. That means you lost.
I was not. I will say this, on the one that's going to be on the November 13th, I'm sitting right behind contestants row, so you're going to see a lot of my Veteran Nation shirt and me high-fiving all the contestants.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, claim to fame. Look at him. Oh, no.
See, you never know what, when you interact with people, you never know what's going to happen. The next thing. But I know if you sit home on your couch and you're just waiting to check the mail to get your next check, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah.
You're depending on someone else. You're depending on
the army.
You got to go out and make things happen.
I mean, I'm going to say this, right? There's an individual. He's a creator, and I've actually complimented him, even though we sort of don't see eye to eye. He's a very creative, very good creator. Now, there's a lot of people out there who are very gifted, and all it takes is just to take that first step. And failure is a learning curve. So if you fail, you fail, you fail. You learn from your failure. And this guy, he's a very good creator. He surrounds himself, and I'm going to say this: he surrounds himself with the wrong individuals. If he would actually distance himself from that and actually concentrate on his creations and what he does, and I'm saying this as I'm new on YouTube, I would believe that he would go quite far and very quickly, because there's a lot of influencers on YouTube. There's a lot of people who have got millions of subscribers and stuff like that. And he could get up there really quickly if he actually concentrated on positive stuff, or documentaries, constructive stuff where court hearings and Squid. I don't know if you met her. She's former Navy, and she did a live stream on a court case the other day, and it was really, really inquisitive. It even made me actually ask a question on what was going on. So it's stuff like that.
And we haven't touched on TC, but I'm only going to say something with TC. I actually gave him some advice. Now, I'm not the biggest on the advice, but it was advice that was given to me. But I was trying to help him. I was like, if you take your channel and not use it about just Otter Creek, but there's a lot of history in this area, like the neighboring counties, Cedar Key, the coastal counties. If you were to go to these statues and these monuments and these place markers and do some research, you have limitless material, and nobody's covering it. It's yours. You could go out there and do history talks about, not just Cedar Keys. Everybody's done Cedar Key, but a particular aspect of Cedar Key. How about the cemetery on the hill? And go do something about that specific. Then you might have to do some research, but you're getting paid. Do the research.
Like I picked the wrong week. Quit amphetamines.
And I told him, do a history channel. History of Levy County. He could even do Tri-County.
That stuff stays and it holds people's interest for
long. Does.
No one will probably watch this stream in a year. No one's going to really care what we talk about. But stuff like that has rewatchability 5-10 years in the future.
Yeah, history doesn't change even as much as people try to change it. But and like some of these other channels with all this negative talk, just real quick. I mean, they're going to get their little spikes, but they are little. There's not a big footprint over there, and it's going to fall off when all this is over. Then what?
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't understand what the final goal is. Like,
I can tell you mine is.
What's the direction of the channel? What's the purpose of the channel? What is the base? What's the core?
Well, I can speak for myself, Brett. Basically, I'm going to go back to, because I play games to decompress. I played various different games to decompress. Sure. And sometimes when you're playing these games, funny stuff happens or something really interesting happens. And I put that onto YouTube, and that was and then someone said, right. They went, oh, you need to go live. And I was like, no, I don't want to. I don't want subscribers. I want, and then they were like, no, tough. You're going to get them. And I was like, oh, all right then. But the thing is, my involvement in this is I'm a seeker, information seeker, the truth, the facts, the evidence. And that's what I work off. When people attack me, I attack back. And when they come at me, I come back twice. Yeah. So, exactly. But they're not using a hand shovel. They're using a JCB.
I don't understand what they're doing. I mean,
for me, it's not. I don't care about views. I don't care about subscribers. I care about the facts. And if people are interested in what I do when I decompress, like playing games, then come and watch. Come and join in.
There are a number of times where sometimes Therese is not feeling like doing this channel anymore. Like there's times where it's like, oh, what's the point? She's not getting what she wants. It's not helping her thrive. In other words, she likes to touch someone. Yeah. She likes to make a difference in someone's life. So when she sees that one comment out of 100 that says, I'm so glad you covered this because now I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
That she goes, that's why I do this. This is what makes it all worth it.
Yeah.
And it reels her back in.
Yeah. I mean, I've commented a couple of times on her videos and I'll say this, and I don't care what people say. I'm not ass kissing, or I'm not trying to get favoritism or anything. But I have Therese has said stuff and she's done stuff, and I've seen her reaction, and it's made me look at people a little bit different. Because I mean, like if I really wanted to, I could go balls to hell with some people involved in this, but I'm not. So and that's why I think that you two are fantastic people, and people just need to stop.
Yeah, she reels me in quite a bit because sometimes I used to really get upset with this. It's like, where do they get off with this? Why are they doing this? If I did this to them, man, what would they be? But she reels me in and goes, why are you letting them? Like, why are you letting them steal your joy? Just do you. Don't worry about what they're doing.
I don't let them
steal your happiness.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like you said, when all this is done and over with, what then?
Yeah.
Because,
Some
because
people
at the
just
end of
want
the
to
day,
be miserable. Like they have to bring other people with them.
yeah,
Can't
because
you go just be miserable by yourself over there in the corner? Don't bother me. I'm going over here.
Because at the end of the day, I mean, one thing I can say is that I've met fantastic people. I've got new friends.
Yeah.
I've met veterans. I swear to God, you press any button on that freaking machine, I swear to God, I'm watching you, Mike. I'm watching you, mate.
I have to unplug the thing before he goes live.
Yeah. You're making me cough now. Don't do it. Don't. No. I have genuinely met some nice friends, and I'll be honest with you. There's one creator who's a bit of a shit stick, and I don't dislike him. I just think that he needs to concentrate more on a professional, sort of go a different direction that he's doing at the moment.
Yeah.
But that's my personal opinion. You know, people may not agree, but that's my personal opinion.
Sure.
But I swear to God, Mike, one of these. But yeah, once this is all over, I'm just going to go back to my gaming. I'm going to put, that's it. Nothing's going to change. Nothing will change. I've said what I wanted to say. I've proven what I wanted to prove. Bubbles. So yeah.
But for anybody out there that's got kids that are probably in high school and thinking about going in the service, hey, I'm not saying you got to make a career out of it, but hey, it's a great place to start. Where else can you get you? The thing is with the military service, and I'm sure you guys might agree, but you can disagree. Is that you're going to be a changed person. You do a 3-year stint, you get out, you're going to be different, and you're going to be 3 years, I'd say 6 years ahead of your peers. One goes to college, you did 3 years of service and came back. Who do you think is going to be more ready for life? That person that's done service and came back, he has a bigger perspective and has had more stuff thrown at him. He's had to make more decisions in a quicker period of time. He's battle ready. He's made street choices, and so he's better equipped for the world than that college kid is.
I've lived in cultures I would never have expected.
Yeah, you grow up fast.
Yeah,
it's just like a teenage girl as a kid. You grow up fast. You kind of lose your young adulthood. So you had to grow up fast. Well, the military service does it in a positive way for young men and women that want to just get out, see the world, and then come back and do Plan B. Or Plan A.
I mean, I've learned something here.
I think we ought to have mandatory 18-month service for everybody.
Oh shit! Yeah. Oh, that would be so good. Can I come over and be an instructor?
And here's the thing: I believe not everybody is good for military service, but that doesn't mean they can't do government service.
It can be service of some sort.
Hang on a minute. Why am I? Wait, no. Hang on a minute. Wait. I am not going to. No, just because you like my voice, okay? That it's going to cost you one.
He does have a sexy voice.
No. One thing is new to me is the behavior and conduct of some people in this whole situation. I can understand when people are upset, pissed off, or they don't like someone, but it's gone to a level where I've never, me personally, I've never ever seen that type of behavior ever.
My friend Spawn Trooper has a voice for radio. This is Paul Harvey. First news, then the rest of the story.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the BBC World Service. Breaking news. Mike has a new toy. He likes to play with his fingers.
About a man named Spawn Trooper. He was
further in the news, we are right now talking to a gentleman called Brett, who is probably thinking, what have I let myself into? These people are crazy.
We have Spawn Trooper.
Hey, it's about having fun. If you can't have fun, then
Exactly. No, it's not Spawn, Vag Nation. It's Sperm Trooper.
Sperm Trooper.
Yeah.
No, Sperm Pooper. Remember?
Yeah. Spoon. Wait. Is it Sperm Pooper, Spoon Pooper, Sperm? Just call me SP for short. How about that? See outside. How about that? Pray for Florida. They don't need another hurricane. No, you don't. and so many people have.
I have my personal thoughts about this. Why? I mean, there's going to be retribution here, but why do people continue to build and rebuild and rebuild and rebuild in the same places that are going to get hit again, hit again, hit again?
The same type of homes that get wiped out.
I understand you have a connection. I understand it's your home, but maybe find a
and
new
also,
home.
why not build reinforced concrete? Reinforced concrete can take. I mean, like, I don't want to speak too much about it because what was it? 156 people have unfortunately been unalived through this hurricane.
Yeah, I think 200 now.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, that's such a
top of the charts.
Most of that's not Florida, though. I think most of that's North Carolina. Because you don't expect that kind of damage in western North Carolina, which really isn't that far from here.
Yeah, because the thing is, like if you had reinforced concrete or you had like a brick frame, and you had a what you call it? What do you call them? What do you Americans call it? A basement, a secure basement. You would have like that protection. I mean, okay, it'll take a couple of days for people to dig you out, but at least you'll be safe. So
yeah. So Cedar Key used to be out on the island across from where Dock Street is now, and weather has gotten them pushed all the way back to where they are. Maybe it's time to push back some more. I mean, as global changes,
or do like what they've done in other parts of the world and build islands that can be natural preserves, but as you build those out, you're building back those wetlands that used to reduce the hurricane strength. Put those out just offshore.
Yeah, some cities have built seawalls. I'm sure they got codes against building concrete in that area because of the clamming industry and all that. Because it's like the perfect climate for the clamming. I don't know a lot about it, but that's just what I've gathered from talking to people about the area. So I guess it's a protected area. You don't want to just throw up concrete walls, and I get that. So why not just? I don't know. I don't have an easy answer, but it seems like this hurricane has almost completely destroyed the entire place. Why rebuild in the same place? Why not pull back a little bit? Because even the campground is just 20 miles, I think 20 or 23 miles back from Cedar Key. But when a Cat 4 hits the coast right there, it's a Cat 1 by the time it gets to Otter Creek. So the chances of being devastated by a Cat 4, not likely, only because the land knocks it down at least 3 tiers before it gets there. And most homes are built nowadays to withstand a Cat 3. I think that modular home that we put there is a Cat 3. So you're not likely going to get a Cat 3.
Especially
not by the time it comes in. Even if it comes in a 5, it's going to be down to a 2.
I just think that like when it was in the news, I mean, I went onto one of your weather websites and watched it. That thing didn't waste any time, did it? Going up that west coast of Florida, didn't waste any time whatsoever.
It traveled fast. It was moving.
Yeah.
Came in like a wrecking
The thing is, it's not ever going to end. Here's the thing: there's no end in sight. It's never going to end. After this hurricane, guess what? There's another one.
Yeah.
And after that one, you might have a dry season because it's winter. And then guess what? Starts back up in the spring again.
Yeah.
And it never ends.
But
it's
that
forever.
thing, that thing blinking, I mean, at one point did like a 180, didn't it? It actually started coming back on itself.
Yeah, it curled around. It was supposed to curl around Nashville and then kind of die there. And I'm like, oh, man, we're going to get a ton of rain being on the dirty side of the storm. So being on the dirty side of the eye is like the 2 o'clock position. As it's moving toward 12, you don't want to be on the 2, 3, 4 o'clock position. That's where all the rain. Now, if you're on the clean side of the storm, just the opposite. It's sucking water out of your atmosphere. And you might get the outer bands, but it ain't nothing like the dirty side of the storm is getting. You can be 100 miles from the eye in the other direction and be golfing. It's really weird.
Sure. But like for a non-American, for someone who doesn't live in the States and doesn't have the experience that, you know, when we get tornadoes, it goes, and that's it, gone, done. You know, I mean, but when you watch it on the news and you actually watch the breaking news when they show the
We'll be
damage,
recovering from this hurricane for months, some of it years. I mean, it's just, is it worth it? I mean, how much do you really want to pay to live there?
we didn't see the Keys. Wasn't see the Keys rebuilding after the last one when it got hit from this one?
They had some damage, but I think, was that Duncan's restaurant on the end that caught fire?
Yeah.
But they never really came back into business from the first hurricane, did they?
Yeah, and then there was
did they?
fire, and then they were.
And now it's gone.
Yeah. I mean, it's and then you got people on the internet whinging and whining because you've upset them because you said you're a bad person. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just
You know, I mean, why live there? It's just gonna keep coming, and again, and again.
They said that about
Unless
Tornado
you're a
Valley.
contractor, you're just counting the dollar signs.
Yeah. Didn't they say that about Tornado Valley, that people were advised that after a major, like an F5 or an F4, a lot of people were advised, you know, to move to a safer sort of like area, and they just didn't listen.
Look at, I told one of the townspeople, county board members, Tim Hodge. So Teresa and I used to deliver Amazon packages for the Chiefland Post Office on Sundays and holidays. For a short stint, was it maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 at the most. And so we would go Sunday into Chiefland, and it was just away, get out, away from the campground, out of Otter Creek, doing something else. And it was kind of fun, just packages. And I kind of lost my train of what I was going to say.
You were talking about Tim Hodge?
Oh, Tim Hodge, yes. So I delivered a package to Tim Hodge's house, and we talked for a minute. And I'm like, long story, I mean, we talked for about 10 minutes, and then I had to keep moving. But the one thing that he seems shocked by me is saying, there are better places to live than Levy County and in Florida, right? Have you ever lived anywhere else? Oh no, this is where I've always lived. This is where I'll die. This is the best place on earth. I'm like, no,
it's like being institutionalized.
I've lived in a lot of places, and there are things of Florida I like, but this is the worst place I have ever lived, ever. Everywhere else I have lived has been better than here. Yes, there are better places to live than Florida. Now, there are some nice places in Florida.
Lived all over Florida, and that's the worst place I've seen.
Therese just said that she has lived all over Florida her entire life, and that is the worst place she's ever lived. So
I mean, the thing is, what gets me about Otter Creek is this: with all I'll try not to swear too much because I don't want Teresa to be upset. With all the FUBA that's going on in that town, what all the other neighbors think. No wonder they don't come to the town hall meetings, because they just don't want to be involved in that stuff.
Yeah, and there's no property there for sale. There's no homes there for sale. First, something has to be available to buy before you can move into it, right? I mean,
yeah.
What the town could be, I hope it becomes one day, but it's not there yet. So,
I think it's going to take years for Otter Creek to get back to a level where you can actually say, "Oh, this is a nice village."
You know what? It's going to take somebody with big money that wants to do it.
The first steps have happened. Getting the town council cleaned up, start doing things that are right for the town, that are advancing the town's future. And
I'd like to see a huge billionaire come up and buy up the four corners there at 24 and 19. And just start building a business.
I'm on my way.
In the town, it can go.
Right, okay, there. I'm on my way.
Buc-ee's.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, Elon Musk. Right to Elon Musk. Say, "Oi, why don't you build here?"
Buc-ee's is in Florida now. I've been told there's a Buc-ee's in Florida.
Yes.
None here.
Building one near Ocala too. Another Buc-ee's. There's one in Daytona. Is it Daytona?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Mike, we should do this more often. This is fun. I feel really relaxed.
I enjoyed this. Yes.
Yeah, free X squaddies on a.
I'm giving you a shoulder massage. Can you feel it?
Oh God, yeah, baby, yeah. Don't stop. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, let me turn around. Oh, yeah.
No, we're not homosexual, but we are willing to learn.
Oh, yeah, right there. That's a spot. Oh God, don't stop. Therese, can you just go outside and check out? Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We want it. We want our precious. We want it now, Spiegel. He wants it.
Right, I bet Therese, sorry, he started it, not me. You know what they say, don't you? When you turn the lights off, every hole's a goal. Play ball.
Score.
Woo. Hey. Oh shit. Do you know what? I bet you every single hater is sitting outside this stream right now going, that is not allowed. No, that's forbidden. You're not allowed to laugh. You're not allowed to be happy. Stop being happy. Stop it.
Stop that.
Stop it now. I plead the fifth again. Oh.
You can't plead the fifth when you bring the case. That means you bring the talk, right? Bring the case. Here's my case. Oh wait.
Hey Brett. Hey Brett. Have a guess what? A certain person's call sign is. Hey Mike, tell him the call sign for Randy. Go on, tell him the call sign for Randy.
Oh, hold on. No, I've got it here.
Again. You got a button for that.
Again? Yeah, Randy's call sign is again. So when you next time, if anyone ever talks to him, just go, I plead the fifth. And if he goes again, yes.
Again, you interval again.
Can you imagine? Oh my God. Can you imagine going in front of your colonel and then you standing there and he's barking at you and then you go, again, sir? It's like, pow. Right, march him to jail. If you're not past the canteen, take him straight to jail, put him in jail, lock the door, throw the key away, pick the door up. Never knew he was here. Yeah. This is what you call a decent and fruitful and healthy conversation. It's absolutely fantastic.
We did something.
Except one thing. When I get hold of that thing, I swear to God, I'm gonna use everything. Okay. You don't like the okay. Let me remember. You're picking on me all the time.
We've been doing this for over 3 hours now.
I know, it's crazy. I would have never thought. It's like
feels like 10 minutes. It's been fun.
It's like when we get ready to do a Sunday live, we're like, okay, we're going to keep it at 30 minutes. And then it's an hour before you know it. And then you're like, oh man, we got to wrap it up.
I mean, that's one thing I've noticed when I do a live, that because I got told to, I'm talking and I'm interacting with people in chat. And obviously I get some stuff off my chest. It's like, get some stuff on and I'm interacting with people in the chat. Then I do a Q&A time where people can ask me questions and that. And I know that you got people there writing all these answers down that I give, and they're trying to figure out everything. But you're never going to figure out because some of my answers are actually red herrings. So, but it's
okay. You got to quit talking about Deanna. She's in the chat now. No, I'm kidding.
Sorry, what? Deanna's here? Deanna? Wait, what? Oh shit! Yeah. So I was walking down the road, all right, and I saw the car, and I thought, yeah, I'll go and have a look in the car, and the keys are in it, and so I thought I'd jump in it, and it looked very familiar. It was like that 4x4 that Deanna drives. It's like what? Sorry, what Deanna's here?
So somebody's asking me real quick. I have to entertain this question. It says, if you hate Florida so much, then why did you move there? Why, I moved there to buy a campground. My parents lived in Chiefland. So not that I was trying to get really close to them, but close enough to visit because we never did live close to them. They were in Virginia. I was in Alaska for most of my life or deployed. So I didn't know anything about Florida. I didn't. I've never lived there. I didn't know anybody there. I moved there for a campground. was looking for a campground. Name on one hand how many states have campgrounds that are open all year round because I want continual income. And you've got maybe 5 states, right? The 5 lower southern states can all be open year round. Well, I'm looking for a tax-friendly state, no income tax. So that's down to Texas, Tennessee, and Florida. I've been to Tennessee. I'd been to Texas. I had not been to Florida. So that's how I picked Florida. And the rest, you know. There's not everything about Florida that I hate. I don't hate all of Florida. I'm a Ron DeSantis fan. I'm disappointed that he hasn't done more for Otter Creek. I'm disappointed that he elected the Thomases to the panel at all. Like, I wish he would interject and fix that. I really do. I'm disappointed with that. But he's good for the state. I think he would have been good for the country as well. But, that's an opinion. I don't know him personally. Disappointed by his lack of actions by all the agencies of Florida. So that's why my taste for Florida changed, is because the agencies didn't support Madam Mayor. They just turned a blind eye. Whether it should have been Kat Kamek or should have been Ashley Moody or Ron DeSantis, somebody from their offices could have. All it would have taken is a phone call to the right person, and this would have never happened. This could have been undone and fixed. But no one wanted to bother. Nobody wanted to get involved. Nobody wanted to do anything. And so that's left a bad taste in my mouth. And guess what? That happened in Florida. So Florida left a bad taste in my mouth. It's a great place to visit. Someone said that in the chat too. Yeah, just don't live there. Visit. Yeah, why do you think the snowbirds come and then they leave? Because they figured it out. The best time to be there is from October to January and then go back home. So we like the snowbird life.
I get all the snowbirds from Canada here. I won't lie, I've thought about opening a Tim Hortons because of that.
Tim Hortons.
There's not one here. So I know if I open one, they'll all flock to it and be like, oh yeah, I gotta go get my Timmy Hortons.
Yeah.
I've been informed. I've just received a message. I have to be very scared now. 1 second. Let me get the
messages coming
there.
in.
Good afternoon. This is Iceland Cotton. We are contacting you over the radio to send you a message. Over. Basically, I have to fear for my safety now because apparently someone with no brain wants to go and try to find my DD112 or 12 or
DD214.
That's the one. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I rushed to the toilet and back. I'm out of breath a little bit. Yeah.
Do you want
news flash? No, hang on a minute. I got to say this. I'm going to say this. Come here a minute. Lou. Come here. Now, here's the problem about the DD124. Yeah. The 12.4 or the 12, whatever it's called. Yeah, the 214.
214. Yes.
Yeah, the 214. Right, listen, my little troll worm. Message from me. I never served in the United States military, you absolute space cadet. So, it's a sexy voice telling you to sit down, lay back, take your shoes off, put your feet up, and take the glass of wine you're holding, put it to your mouth, and sip a bit of wine.
Maybe they don't know what the DD stands for. Department of Defense? That wouldn't be related to UK.
Yes.
Where it's a parliamentary, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, these people like to make threats and stuff like that. But what they don't understand is that you can't threaten someone who uses public information to make a point.
Yeah, they put it out there, public.
Yep. So, but anyway, going back to the fantastic conversation we have, one thing I do want to see at Tubetown, baby. Tubetown, baby. All right. One thing I want to see is in the back is a cutout of an 8-foot tall Sasquatch. The actual cutout of a Sasquatch. I know he hides that Sasquatch around, and I've been trying to find it a couple of times, but a cutout of a proper Sasquatch. with the middle finger up.
I do want to share something with everyone. It's a copy of Spawn Troopers DD-214. There it is.
Oh God! Oh my God! They're gonna know everything. They're gonna know everything. Oh my God! Oh my God!
We're releasing it now.
Oh no! Please don't! Oh my God!
Oh God! A public document now. It's a public document.
Right.
Oh wait, you forgot to put the stamp on there that says for comment content only or whatever.
Yeah, Deanna, if you're still here, please contact Therese and get me into the witness protection program. I would like to go and stay with the hamsters, if you don't mind.
Hey, Deanna, I got a bone to pick with you and George. Why you guys didn't stop by the cabin on your way through?
Oh, you're in trouble.
You didn't have to drive through the night. You could have stayed over and then got up fresh, had some eggs, and boogied on down.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Someone's in trouble. Na, 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 na.
Oh, we love Deanna. We know she's just messing.
I saw her in the video the other day picking up those 2 boards. That woman is strong. Oh, I don't want to be on the receiving end of that punch.
If you need something researched, she's your go-to girl. She can research. She can research.
There you go, trolls. You hear that? Contact Deanna, and she will do the research for you.
She's a good one to have on your team. She's a researcher.
Deanna, here you go. Who led the American League in home runs in 1952?
Hey, by the way, I'll tell you who I am. In 74, when I was serving in the 1st Battalion of Foot, I was on a ship for 6 weeks. We had a lot of stuff going on, and we had a lot of stuff on down in the keel. And when we arrived in, I don't know, Boston was it, or New York or somewhere? Yeah, the people are throwing spears at us, and
the springtime.
Yeah, it was a great time until 1776, and then they threw our tea in the water, and I was like, "How dare they, sir? How dare you, sir?"
Tennessee. How did you guys go? Did you go through Virginia?
I don't know. You didn't go by 75. I-75 takes you right to Chattanooga.
Okay, you lost me at I.
Maybe they went a different way. I don't know how they went. I mean,
so is it Deanna or the Diana? Deanna, isn't it?
Deanna with an E.
Oh, Deanna, right? Okay,
right.
It's an I, but it's Deanna.
Deanna. It's spelled Deanna with an I.
Yeah.
So I've been doing it wrong.
Probably.
Oh.
So that's 2 of us. We're both in the same boat.
Well, they always say Deanna, so I'm thinking it's D-E-Anna, not Diana. Deanna. So maybe I was spelling it wrong the whole time.
Yeah, if it's D-I-A-N, then for us it's like Diana, but Deanna, yeah, okay. It's a nice name. And
it took 77. 77 is north of Tennessee, though, isn't it? How do you get to 77?
Oh no, yeah, 77 goes. Okay, I'm trying to think.
That's going to be hard.
No, 77 is east of 75, and
okay, so there's more easterly. Okay,
yeah, it goes through West Virginia.
Oh, see, it is Deanna, D-E-A-N-A. I was right.
Yeah,
I did get that right.
It's like, Deanna. Yeah, nice to meet you, Deanna. Well done, and thank you very much for what you did for Lloyd.
And then you got sued for it.
No, you can sue a tree. It doesn't mean you're going to get anything.
That's true. he does. So far, Bubbles is not having a good day in court.
No, he's not.
East Coast.
And he's really upset with me because apparently he's been watching my pantyhose. I mean, my what do you call them out in America? Pants, isn't it? Pants, trousers, pants.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's been watching my pantyhose, and he knows when I pooed myself. So, hey, Bubbles, I need a wipe.
Somebody's wife.
Hey, so I always wondered, why is it called pants? Put on a pair of pants when it's one pant, right?
Well, the thing is, pants. The word pants is actually British. Well, pants is actually a British word for underwear. It's like you know, like knickers for women, and shorts or boxer shorts or for men, and pants. And for some reason, with all due respect to your Americanese over there, you guys, you take like sidewalk, footpath, highway, road, bonnet, hood.
Yeah, we change a lot of the terms, like football.
Why do we call them apartments?
That's sacrilege.
We should call them together.
Why do we call football when the foot doesn't really touch the ball that often? It's throwing the ball.
Tim, I saw she answered it. I gave her the ding.
Well, your football is basically girls wearing protection. Us, we call it rugby, man's game. I just find it very interesting that the terminology over in the States is. I mean, it caught me off guard once. When I turned around to someone and I said, "Yeah, can I have 2 packets of 2 packet milk?" I was standing in front of the counter.
2 fags.
And I went to get 2 packets of fags. And I went, "Can I have 2 Marlboro?" And then I turned around and I went, "Oh, what packet of fags do you want?" to my mate. And this guy behind the counter, he just looked at me and he went, "Sir?" I went, "Yeah." He went, "Where are you from?" And I went, "What, originally?" He went, "Yeah." I went, "My mum." And he went, he went, "No, where are you from?" And I went, "Great Britain." "Why?" And he went, "Well, you see, over here, sir, we don't call these fags, we call these cigarettes." Right. Because fag means something. And I was like, okay. And that was the first time I ever went to America, so that was a learning curve.
I bet you 98% of Americans don't know that word, what it means.
Happy.
That the way you, that the, a fag being I bet most don't even know that.
No, I mean, I've, a lot of my American friends, especially one who's a cop in Houston, we were stationed in Iraq together. Well, we were in the same camp.
The older generation might know the term, but most won't.
Yeah, and the first time he heard the terminology for cigarette was fag, and he went, "What do you call me?" I went, "What?" He went, "What do you call?" I went, "What? Who the fuck?" And I went, "Who the frick are you?" And he was like, "Did you just call me a fag?" I went, "No, I asked one of my mates if he wanted a fag." He went, "Why you keep on calling it a fag?" And I went, "That's what we got." And he went, and then I was yeah. So we had a 5-minute argument about a cigarette, and I was like, "Oh God."
Context is everything, right? Context. It's important to have context.
It's funny. It's funny how
you gotta have both sides.
It's funny how you can take things out of context. It's like the word shit. Everyone thinks it's a swear word. It's not. It's an abbreviation. It stands for store high in transit. It was based on materials that were transported on canal boats and ships. If it came into contact with water, it would ruin it, or it would cause methane gases. So that what they did, on the sacks, it would say SHIT, store high in transit.
Oh, I never heard that. There you go. See, I learned something.
Yeah, it's just like the word FUCK. It's not a swear word. It's an abbreviation. It stands for fornication under the consent of the king, and it was used for dignitaries in the 10th. It's how you use it. But then again, I'm not Americanese, so don't ask me about Popeyes and.
Hey, maybe you want to comment on Flippin' Adventures comments you just said.
Right. In GP, right. Okay. Yeah. Flipping Adventures, right. There's 2 different things. When you point at, right. Brett, do me a favor. Put 2 fingers up, your index finger and your middle finger. Right. Turn it around. That there tells that's like piss off or F off. Okay.
Right.
But in the Second World War, here's the reason why we used to show fingers like this. Right. In the wars, like when we fought the French. The French, if they captured an archer, what they would do, they would cut off the index finger or the middle finger, so the archer wasn't able to use his longbow or his bow. So what they used to do when they used to battle with the French or with the enemy soldiers, the British archers would point up and they would put your fingers up again. They'd either go like this or turn it around, and they'd either do that. So basically, what they were doing is. Yeah, no. It was basically that there is victory. That's victory. Okay. The other one is basically an insult to the French. It's basically, here, look, I've still got my fingers. It was an indication basically to the French archers, hey, look, I've still got my fingers, because they would cut off one of the fingers to
Well,
stop
that makes
them.
sense. When you understand all that, then it's like a misunderstanding.
That's why if you watch Churchill, he does it two different ways. He will do it one way, and then he would do it the other way. He would do the peace sign, and then he would turn around and do the other sign. And it was the victory. It's basically victory. So when you hear the dum 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 dum, yeah, boom 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 boom, that's victory. Yeah. But obviously, with the what you call it, the evolution of wording, people, using different words. I mean, the swear word, fuck, shit, and stuff like that was used turn of the century, and with evolution, conversations changed. The words were being used in common chat, and in certain words that I'm not, like the word twat was a terminology which a lot of Americans get wrong. It's basically the female sexual parts, but just used in a more politer way.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But the thing is, it's also used for something else, like I twat that person across the back of the head, or I twatted him across the face. British language, weird language, but
yeah.
We're used everywhere in the world. There you go. There's your education for tonight on Veteran Nation.
Max Lab has a question. I like these questions. Let's see. Please help debunk something. Do you need a permit in Otter Creek to build a 6-foot fence? Maybe I'll kick that to Madam Mayor. Do you need a permit to build a 6-foot fence?
I don't know what's in their codes.
Yeah. The codes are all over the place, so she doesn't know. I don't know. You could build one and get away with it. I know that. There's no enforcement.
Well, if you build a sealed fence, after what I've been seeing, what Otter Creek gets when there's storms and weather.
That fence there was like a guillotine.
Yeah.
That was put up when a hurricane comes in.
Thankfully, they have stuff for a new privacy fence, which means the tin can come down and TC can get a new roof.
Yeah.
Good. That'll be awesome, because not only we won't be able to see our pigsty anymore. Good.
And I think, and also, I think it will actually then. Me personally, I think it will also relax the situation a little bit.
I think it will. Yeah.
I think it's great.
Good fences make for good neighbors.
Yeah. But the thing is, people need to stay unbiased when it comes to their personal opinions about people. But if someone uses lies or deception or deflection or subterfuge,
they always and get your facts. Like, get both sides of the story. Like, I know I wasn't going to really talk about this, but I'll touch on it. Like, it's been brought up my record. He has a record. I'm 58 years old, and I've had 2 incidences. One of them was dropped because wrong person. Okay, so they dropped it. It was a 0. That's the more recent one. The one up in Alaska, it's got a whole bunch of entries, but the result of it was a 17-year-old daughter who didn't want to obey the house rules, and we had an escalated argument. The cops were called. It was all verbal. It was just verbal arguing back and forth. The result was she was kicked out of the house by her mom, not me, even though we were the ones arguing. She was on my side. Kicked out. Long story short, 2 weeks later, we reconciled. She came back in the house. When she turned 18, just a couple months later, she left anyway. So that's what it was. What came of it with me is I had a bad lawyer, had a couple of aggravated, I forget what they even were, but they're like the fifth lowest, like the lowest of misdemeanors. Like the 5th degree is like the lowest one. Like, it's barely a charge. So what came of it is I had to go to anger management class, which I didn't mind doing that because at that time there were a lot of things going on. I was out of work at the time and had a bad friend influence. I'm not going to give excuses, but it was a bad moment in my life, and I needed to pick myself back up. And the anger management class actually helped me deal with that. And that's all the punishment there was. I went to an anger management class, and the probation I had was 18 months. And I didn't have to report like in Florida. They make you report and they assign you somebody and you pay a fee. This was a non-reporting probation. It was just, if you get in trouble again, then this can happen.
Yeah. The thing is, though, when people find
nothing else ever came of anything else. So that's what all of that was, a big argument with, one of the teenage daughters.
Yeah, but the thing is, when people find that information and they plaster it all over Facebook about redacting certain information,
it's
trying to make it.
So here's a chance to tell the other side of the story, and I have all the documents. I can prove anything.
Just because someone put charges doesn't mean that's what actually happened. Like if anyone looks up, there was a TRO against me for the better half of a year, but it is now because the one who was attacked, and I had video and I could prove it.
And protective orders, like in Florida, they seem like they're hard to get, but in some states they're handed out like candy.
Yeah.
And I believe Jeremy even explained the ones in Ohio are automatic. Like when there's a divorce, there's an automatic mutual one. I'd never heard of that. I didn't know that. So I know there are other viewers that probably didn't know that. So just because you have a protective order on you doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It could be a mutual thing. It's a court does it and you have no choice thing until it's all resolved and then they're removed. So you got to get the whole story.
Yeah.
You know.
Whereas the research I've done, I can very happily turn around because I've seen the police reports that one of them is in jail for vehicular manslaughter, and the other one is for hang on a minute. Let me type it in private chat here. 1 second.
No, I forgot we could do that.
So, there you go.
Oh yeah, you can say essay on a juvenile.
Yeah, basically one is in jail for vehicular manslaughter on a police officer, and the other one is in jail for essay on a minor. So, and the thing is, at the end of the day, stuff like that is just extra. My intent, like I'm going to say this before, people have heard me say this multiple times, right? I look for facts and truth and evidence, and when someone who's in a professional point or a professional body who conducts themselves unprofessionally, and I find all the info on that person, and I make that person, well, I ask that person to answer questions and they don't, and then I catch them in a mess up, verbal mess up, and I've got proof of that, and then they even deny it, even though they said it. I rest my case, Your Honor.
And what some people should know too that don't maybe understand the military, that if you were a military officer, and speak if that's true in the Marines, I don't know, but for the Army, if you are an Army officer, you automatically have at least a secret clearance.
Yep.
That means you can't have a whole bunch of the accused garbage going on. So how did I do a 23-year career and keep all my rank and stay in the service, and if all that was true?
I'll educate people more. There's something out there called the Lautenberg Amendment. If you're involved in a domestic violence incident that is violent, you automatically lose your right to hold weapons. So if you're in the military,
in some states.
But if you're in the military and you're in a domestic violence incident, you now can't hold a weapon, which means, guess what? You can't serve anymore.
We've got multiple levels. We've got confidential, restricted, secret, top secret.
I've processed Marines out of the Marine Corps because of a domestic violence incident.
So a secret clearance is usually a 10-year term, and then it expires or you have to renew it. Actually, they will come to you and say, hey, you're starting to get close to your expiration. You need to start a new
Yeah.
the process to get it renewed. Or I've had a top secret twice, and they're 5 years, and it's only for the specific job that I was doing. And then when it's over, you still have the clearance, but now you're just not using it.
Yeah,
and so
you've got your normal
right.
Yeah, you've got your normal SC for any soldier, and then at a certain rank you go to RSC, which is your restricted, and then you got your secret SC, which is basically
there are higher ones. I never had those. I never
after that you have to be commissioned. After that it's basically commissioned, but certain ranks, senior non-commissioned officers like WL1s, WL2s, color sergeants, staff sergeants, they have a certain level, like they will get, which I'm not gonna go into on live on here, but they have access to certain things that
I've actually had a TS SCI because I worked in a skiff, and that was because I was working at the embassy, and we had to communicate with other embassies, and that was the need for it.
Yeah. I mean, off the air, I can go into fucking a lot of stuff that we can't talk on air. But one thing people need to remember is that we are well trained in security and stuff like that. So when people go, oh, we're going to find his DD214 or 222.
I got it in the other room. I can bring it out. There's nothing on there that's
Skipper's got mine. Skipper's got mine, and there's nothing on there. It's all redacted.
I registered my plates all here in Tennessee now, and I took my DD214 into the DMV office, or the clerk's court office, they call it, and I got plates, that you can't get unless you produce a 214, like Iraqi freedom plate with the medal.
Yeah,
you can't get that unless you show a DD214 showing that you've been served there. So I've got 3 different plates of the 4 that I could get. So I've got 3
I would love to have one of them over here. Can you imagine me driving around in my wagon with that on the back?
And in Florida, I never did that because they cost too much. They want to charge an arm and a leg. You know what I paid to register the motorhome here was $45. No, that's not.
You guys got it so easy. You can go to DMV, you can go and get that stuff. Over here, you do that. It's like, check under your vehicle before you drive off. Put a stab-proof vest on before you get out of the house. It's a shame. Can we go back to the 70s and 80s where it was fun? Come on, Mike.
She's talking about her clean record and she hasn't had tickets. I've had a lot of tickets, but I haven't had any in a long time. So.
Hey, Deanna, that can change very quickly because I've actually got an old ticket book here. I will send you a ticket every week. Smiling. Ticket for smiling too much.
Send her a ticket for not coming by here saying hi.
A ticket for not visiting friends. A ticket for smiling again whilst operating a motor vehicle. A ticket for standing there smiling and talking to people whilst not operating a vehicle.
Well, I was just kind of concerned for their safety driving through the night. That's not easy to do. And I know they run the sport, but
I think if you have a speeding ticket, no one cares. If you have a ticket for driving drunk with an open container in a school zone during school hours, then people might care. But
that's another thing. If you're in the military and you get a DUI, you don't have a career. You're done.
You're done.
Zero tolerance. So military members are held to a much higher standard than their civilian counterparts. Mm-hmm. You can have hundreds of DUIs in a civilian, and all you're ever going to do is lose your license.
I'll give you an example about that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to name names or where it was or whatever. And I'm not going to name the rank of this guy. Basically, what happened, he got done for speeding in the CO's car because there's a system called a telemetric system inside a vehicle, and he got caught by the police before the master driver could get hold of him. And the MTWO contacted me. He said, when he comes in, grab him and find out what happened. And he came in, and basically it was an emergency because his partner was pregnant and she got taken to hospital. And so obviously he did warp 10 on the motorway, got caught at 106 miles an hour because we don't have normal vehicles. And basically, yeah, he lost his license and he also got demoted and basically got sent into the quartermasters as a storeman. So he basically, everything that he gained in the years that in his career, he lost just like that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're held to a higher standard. And like you have, like, it's pretty common that people cheat in their marriage. In the service, you can't do that. I mean, you're not supposed to. It happens. Okay, it happens. But it's actually, you can be exited from the service for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, he was lucky actually because he got done by the civil court and by the military court martial, and he was lucky. He was very lucky that he kept his career. He lost his license, so
yeah,
But
a shout out to the expert in the chat real quick. Hey, expert.
Hey, expert. Hey, how you doing, man? Yeah. But the best thing was, he actually came up to me, and he like the whole thing started where like the WMTO telling me to talk to him, but him coming up to me and say, "Oh, can I talk to you in confidence?" It was such a messy situation.
It's my DD-214.
Oh, I was going to say it looks like a DD-214. All I can see are the blocks spacing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what DD-214 is for some of the non-military, it's just basically a one-page entire career portfolio of your entire career on one page.
Yep.
It has all your medals, all your duty stations, all your rank promotions, all your schooling, civilian and military, all on one page, and all your assignments and what your assignments were.
And ours is called a certificate of discharge. In the old days, you used to get a red book which had all that information in, but they stopped doing that. Now
and
it's
the post
called,
office does the same thing. It's called what? It's a 50, a form 50. Same thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Therese. Thanks very much for your service.
She was the postal guru, supervisor, deliverer, counter.
Yeah. Actual fact, funny enough, the expert who's in the stream now, I went into his stream and I said, "Hi, expert." And he went, "Oh, you're funny, Storm. You're funny, Born Trooper. You're funny." And I was like, "Wait, do you know me? Are you watching me?"
I enjoy the expert streams. They're pretty fun.
Yeah.
I was telling people here to check it out. He did one during the hurricane, and he was watching a guy who has a company called Horn Blasters, I believe was the name. And he's walking around his flooded house in Florida. And then he's like, the GFI's not working, and grabs hold and shocks himself.
It's working now.
Live on TikTok. Can't make it up.
So, Brett, let me ask you a question. I know Teresa's standing with a shotgun. The next time we talk again, is Milady going to come on and join us in conversation of
I think she might, if she would go put some clothes on. That's more.
Wait, whoa!
Join now. He's in her night clothes.
Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh yeah.
I knew that was coming.
Do you know what you should do, Brett? Every time now, when Therese walks past, you just go.
He gets tired of me doing it.
Oh crap! You watch, you just see sort of a frying pan go past Brett in a minute.
Put a shirt on and say hi.
No,
It's like, no, why should I?
She'll join next time. It's late. She's like ready for bed over there. We were actually supposed to leave for an adventure tomorrow. We could probably still do that. We're supposed to preload today, but we didn't. So we may still get up out of here tomorrow. And we were trying to get over to the Corvette Museum in Kentucky.
16 tons.
It's not that far.
Oh God! I tell you one thing. I think we're upsetting people by being funny and enjoying ourselves. And Angel Parent Perez. I'm sorry, I can't stand outside your bathroom window and go, "Hi, how you doing?" Okay, now take the loofah. And
The loofah?
what? Yeah, loofah. Is it loofah? 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 Loofah?
Is that the little sponge-like thing?
Yeah, it's the long thing. Oh my God. I think I needed my. I think I needed to. I think I need my lawyer night now. I plead the fifth.
You know, there's a loofah story in Florida. The Villages is an area where colored loofahs are used to indicate which way you swing and what you're willing to do, like the colored bracelets. I don't know what they are. Don't get me into that, but one of our moderators,
Never.
she lives down that way and is familiar with that whole thing, how it works.
I thought it was like a bowl with loads of keys in there. I mean, can you imagine going to a meeting like that and people threw their keys? If there was a decent car in that car park, I'd nick the bloody car. I'd just take the keys out and nick the car. It's like, where's your partner? Oh, she's out there. Oh, right, okay. And then, there's a Ferrari. Bye-bye now.
For one day, we had to educate Spawn Trooper about furries. He didn't know what furries were.
Oh shit! Go on! Oh,
we had to tell him all about it. And he was like, I had no clue.
I really didn't. When people were talking about furries, I thought they were talking about their pets, and then they explained it to me, and I was like, yeah, face palm. It was that moment he knew he fucked up. Yeah, I'm sorry to any of the furries out there. I do apologize. Yeah,
it takes a village.
What, they swing? What, Tarzan swings like George in the jungle? Watch out for the tree.
Sex swingers.
The Villages is a popular resort area, Central Florida. It's just a bunch of villages connected by golf cart paths, and so you don't really need a vehicle. All you need is a good golf cart because they fancy them up and they do parades with them, and they're all beefed up and got stereos in them and all these extras. So you have a golf cart and you can go from village to village to village, and they're all connected. And you never have to leave the villages or the group of that's a huge area.
Oh, that's
disgusting. Never have to leave because everything is right there. They have their own TV stations, their own news stations, their own bowling alleys, their own entertainment, their own everything comes to them. The medical centers and everything that the older people need is all right there. They never have to leave. And you guess what? Hurricanes can't come in there as a Cat 4. It'll be a Cat 1 by the time they get in there. They can't kill you.
I mean, that makes sense now because, like, from what I've been hearing, there's people live there like, hello, you guys. You know,
there are areas of Florida that I could definitely live in. Like, if I were a single guy, I could live in the villages. I think it'd be.
I bet you could.
I mean, you got lots of activities, and I'm not talking about just the one thing. I'm talking about you got lots of things there you can do. There's lots of activities that are all right there for you. They're right there. You don't have to go to them.
Yeah, just open your door, walk outside, and go swing.
What do I feel like doing today? Boom, go here, go there. Yeah, it's all right there. It's all self-built in. And those villages are expanding, keep expanding and getting bigger and bigger.
Do you know what? Now it makes sense of the voice. Yeah. I could never do that. I could never. I would probably end up being the best car thief in the world, but go turning up there, go, yeah, there's a bowl full of keys. Everyone comes out and their car's gone. Where's my car? Don't worry about it. Be the valet and stand there. There you go. There's your golf cart. Your golf cart's being stolen. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Oh, wrong lighter.
I know you got another question there, Trooper. What is it?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
Know what a furry is.
I don't know. No. I'm not saying a bloody word. I'm trying not to cry.
Uncle Frank, a furry are people who dress up kind of like in mascot uniforms, like, you know, they'll wear like animal stuff, and some of them even have anonymous sex dressed that way. That's what furries are.
Oh.
Yeah, and you just, oh God.
Okay, the poop arrow, it's actually for Lynette, so she doesn't feel bad about pooping in a bucket. It's a French term. Les bouquets pouper.
And yes, Terry,
Yeah,
the
but
hurricanes
yeah.
can devastate the inland cities, but they're not going to get a Cat 4. They'll get.
What the fuck? Oh, that's lightning. I was like, what the hell?
I mean, I'm not saying they can't get tore up. They definitely can, but they won't get a Cat 4.
I mean, now you're talking about furries. I just
He asked the question. I answered the question.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I mean, look, everyone's like, whatever you do in the bedroom and everything else, okay. But geez, I just googled the furries, and the first thing I saw was a 6'2" guy built like a brick shithouse in a freaking wolf costume. I mean, what the fuck? And I've got a wolf icon up there. I'm changing my picture. How do I change my picture? Help me! Thanks very much.
My dog just freaked out because of you.
Do you know what? Tonight, I officially hate you, Mike. Just tonight. Oh, is baby Mike getting tired, is he?
No,
I'm getting pinged privately from DMs. Oh my god. I mean, what is it? We sit in here for 3 hours having a fantastic time, and they can't stand it. We want you to talk drama. We want you to talk about toxicity. Okay, here's some toxicity. Septic tanks. Oh yeah, septic tank. Oh, let's talk about septic tanks, shall we? You remember that day when I said to you I didn't know what a septic tank was, and I did that deliberately, and you just gave me that look at that, and then, oh my god, oh come on, he can't be that naive. Oh god. But Brett, quick on a serious note. So what's your plans then? Are you guys going on another trip, and don't say where you're going, just are you going on another trip, and how long is it going to be for?
We were trying to go tomorrow for about 3 days, and then I have some things keeping me here medically. I got a frozen shoulder that we're working on, so I need physical therapy, and that might be 2 to 3 times a week. So that's kind of keeping us close.
Is that a hint?
Well, we were trying to go to Bowling Green tomorrow.
Oh no, I'm just saying. Do you want, because you gave me a massage earlier on? Do you want me to reciprocate?
I think it's more than a massage. I got a shot in there the other day, and it freed up some. Like I can only raise it to there, and it hurts.
Yeah, ice.
I can't do like this, like with my other arm. Right there, the shoulder's going up with my arm. See that? It shouldn't be doing that. Like this is my arm going up without my shoulder.
Is it your rotary cuff?
It's immobile. Yeah,
is it your rotary cuff that's damaged?
Yeah, so it needs to get. It's been like that for a few months, and I don't know why. So
it sounds like your rotary cuff, mate.
So that's what's going on with my shoulder. If I don't raise it above 90 degrees, I'm okay.
Brenda, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it.
Do you remember that $2? Sorry, hey, Skipper. Do you remember that $2 someone gave you for me? Because they said that I had a sexy voice. Oh.
Hey, just take the tax out of his. He won't get much.
I'm not talking to you no more.
It was $1.20.
Can you imagine sitting in the bar next to each other? Why are you two not talking to each other? Because he said take taxes out of $2. He's calling me cheap. Oh shit. That's too funny.
Doug says I need a rotator cuff operation. Well, let's hope not. It hasn't even gone to the MRI stage yet.
Not necessarily. You go to physiotherapy. They'll show you exercises you can do in your own house. And they'll, because I had it years ago, I had a rotary cuff, and they showed me exercises.
The doctor did put a needle of whatever in there, but he couldn't get it into the, I forgot what it's called, the cup or into the
He was trying to get it in the joint.
In the joint, but he couldn't get it in the joint because I couldn't relax my arm enough for him to do it. So, just the more he's pulling on it, the more I'm tensing up. So I couldn't relax enough, but he got it to the outer edge of the joint, but not in the joint. And I've noticed some improvement from just that. So hopefully maybe a little physical therapy and another shot attempt, maybe they can get it in there and maybe free it up and I'll be good to go. So,
Brett, just a quick one. If you put your arm out straight out, with your palm, it's in front of you, your palm in front of you, right? No, turn them around. Oh God! Right. If you turn your hand around, right. So put your arm up, turn it right. Now just bend your hand so your hands come towards you. Your arms in your hand. Just bend your arm out, right, like that. If you put your arms against the wall like that, right, with your arms straight, so your upper arm is straight towards the wall, right, and you put your arms against the wall, and then you lean in, and then push out, and then lean in. What that does, that exercises your rotary cuff. That's what I had to do.
Oh, okay.
So, so basically, you bend your arm so your elbow and your hand are on the wall, right, like that. Like that. But you bring them together, and then what you're doing, you're pushing, you're coming in, and then pushing back out. It's that distance where you,
That's already hurting right there.
Yeah, it does hurt, but if you do it slowly and then controlled. It took me 4.5 months to get mine with exercises.
That is the military injury that's not leg related is rotator cuffs. Everybody I know who's been in the military for the longest time, they have rotator cuff issues. I thankfully missed out.
Oh, knees. Don't forget the knees.
Oh yeah. But that's why I say non-leg injury, like knees, back.
The people that jump, it's usually their knees.
Is that a furry, is it?
Uncle Frank, this is what a furry looks like. That's a furry.
All right.
They dress up and stuff like that.
Okay, so I'm going to go and get my
spend a lot of money on those fursuits.
Oh, look at Copper Wise. You know what? No longer welcomed in my stream for saying that. Thank you.
He dresses. He doesn't do that type of furry. He dresses as Chewbacca.
What? Me? No. I don't know how to react to that. I don't know if I should feel insulted or complimented. What the fuck?
I think what initially hurt my shoulder, and it wasn't one incident. I think I slept on it wrong, to be honest. I think I slept on it. Now I'm going to use the other shoulder as an example. I think I slept on it completely overstretched and probably pulled something, but it didn't wake me up. And I stayed like that all night. And so when I did wake up, I do remember there was a day when I woke up and it was throbbing. It took me 10 minutes to get this arm back down. And I think that's what I did.
Yeah,
so
that's
basically on it wrong.
Yeah, you've probably damaged the cartilage. But like in the joint, you've got cartilage. And that cartilage stops bone on bone. And that's probably what you damaged.
When I read about frozen shoulder, and I don't know all the medical terms, but your body thinks it's injured. And so it creates fluid to go in there and attack the injury or to help preserve the injury. But it's not really injured. I mean, so you're having to trick it into thinking you're not injured, go back into reset. And in layman's terms, that's how I understand it. So maybe they can unfreeze my shoulder. I think it did unfreeze something. There's a lot more to do. So,
I know.
Otherwise, healthy.
Who was in the military, and they had a really bad rotator cuff, and essentially they did. If you're familiar with Tommy John surgery, which is where they cut the ligament or whatever, and then tighten it up and reattach it, and that's what they did to him. But they actually had to put it through his, I believe it's called the scapula. They had to drill a hole through that to attach it because it was going to be so much shorter.
Just so you know, I'm just sending you a private message in private chat very quickly. You're going to like this one. I just received that.
Mm.
just to give you a heads up.
Just something else Otter Creek needs, right?
Right.
When is it furry season? I mean, sorry. In Florida, I heard that there's a oh shit, what's it called?
Has anyone figured out that Jeremy's building an amusement park yet?
Wait, what? Oh yeah, that's Cheap Town. Everyone knows that.
Just feeding into the rumor mill.
For a while, it was a Walmart. I mean, a Walmart in Otter Creek, really.
Right. Yeah.
I thought it was like some sort of like sort of Area 13 type of place where things disappear. No?
Oh, Area 51.
Oh yeah, 51. Yeah.
Isn't that out in New Mexico, somewhere out in that area?
Yeah, Hang 18, and we watch all these films. Like, yeah, the people look. Just mind your business. Just go on upon your life. What he does on his property is up to him, not up to you.
What else you got there, Trooper?
What else? You really want me to put in there what else I've received? No. Okay.
The storm is coming.
This is the one before. This is the one before it. This is the one before it. This is the message before. This is I just find this totally. So the back to front. I just find this very interesting because like there has been an effect made by a couple of people like myself and Veteran Nation, and you know we're it's I don't know. I think the pandemic has caused something in people. It's made people. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not medically trained. Well, I'm trained to a certain level, but I'm not a psychologist, so I can't. You know.
After midnight, you know, let it all hang down.
It's only after midnight where you live.
Well, actually, in fact, it's 5:15 in the morning where I am.
And I think is Oracle still in here? She's in Scotland. She was in here earlier.
Oh, hi, Jimmy. I know where you live. See you, Jimmy. You'll get a polish on you. Yeah. Well, one thing I'm going to tell you right now, okay, because my wife complained last time I was live. So I know for a fact this morning when she wakes up, if you hear a and me going, oh, you know I've been hit by a frying pan.
Deservedly so.
Wait, hang on a minute. It's your fault.
Do we want to wrap it up then?
Up to you. It's been an absolute fantastic evening. I've enjoyed it immensely.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it too.
We do appreciate you coming on, Brett.
Yeah, it was fun. Enjoyed it.
Questions.
Thanks for the invite.
And Brett, thank you very much for being you, dude.
Hey, Therese does a lot of what you probably like of me. Like I'm a better person because of her, and so I'm blessed, and I test her patience almost every day, and but she's good people, and we're trying to be better people all the time, and that's all you can do.
Yeah, all you can do is be you.
Yep.
The thing is, this day and age, people want you to change to accommodate them. And that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen on my court. Like I am me. You accept me for who I am, and you are just a fantastic guy. So,
right,
you know.
Well, I had been wanting to come on for a while, and I just wanted people to get to know me a little bit about away from the Madam Mayor.
Yeah,
and just as the veteran, that's something I can relate to, and so as a veteran, I thought I had something I could give. So
good night, Roy. Yeah,
that's why I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
We're discussing doing a veteran stream like once a month, and if if you'd like to be a part of that, we're going to get like a group of us and do like a whole panel thing.
Sure.
And we'll basically, instead of calling it Veteran Nation, we'll call it the Veteran Nation O Group.
People keep calling me Veteran Nation. I'm Skipper. Veteran Nation's the channel.
Right.
Look, I will call you anything I like. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's in private. Sorry, I do apologize. I shouldn't discuss that really, should I?
Do you guys want to plug your channel before we go? Plug your channels?
Well, do I have to? Okay. Brett, you go first.
I don't quite know how to do that, so you'll have to walk me through that.
Oh, so they can find you on Madam Mayor's Adventures on YouTube. Is there anywhere else, any other social media you want people?
Oh, you mean audibly plug it in? Okay. I thought there was something you wanted me to do. Yeah, so Madam Mayor's Adventures. Madam Mayor is usually the host, and I'm the secondary person on that channel. And we're an adventure channel. Travel is how it started, and so anything can be an adventure. It can be going thrift store shopping. It can be out on the boat. It could be fishing. It could be working on a vehicle. We got into a cabin, but we're trying to get away again and do some more adventures. Really trying to get established a homestead, and we had doctor's appointments kind of holding us up, but we're going to get back out there, get on the road, some more adventures. So we're welcome to have you on Madam Mayor's Adventures, and be happy to see you.
Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, I'm subsided. Bloody hell, I can't get my words out.
And it's all positive content on Madam Mayor's Adventures. Doesn't allow
anytime you want either of us, I'm sure we'll be more than willing to come on as long as scheduling works.
Sure.
And if I do get to where I'm traveling the country, I would love at some point if we can cross paths and meet up sometime.
Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah. I mean, I've been doxxed, so you guys know where I'm at now.
Yeah. And basically, obviously, Max Love has jumped ahead. I'm Spawn Trooper or Sperm Trooper or whatever you want to call me. Basically, I play games to decompress. I've been playing games for quite a few years. But obviously, I'm a journalistic investigator for what's going on at the moment, and I've basically brought a lot of truths to the surface. But once all this is done and over with, I'm going to just go back to doing gaming. But I'm going to be going back to gaming with more friends that I've met since all this. I've met so many nice people. I'm not here for the negativity, but one thing I can tell you, if you come at me, I will bring my results.
Don't push, and don't be expected to get pushed back. So.
Yeah.
No.
If you want to subscribe to me, please don't. I mean, don't. Well, it's up to you. I don't care. But approach me with the same respect I will approach you, and we'll have a bloody good relationship. And ladies, I am not going to phone you at 3 o'clock in the morning and do some heavy breathing and talk to you. Good morning. It is me. No, I'm not going to do that. Oh yeah. But yeah, and basically, guys, ladies and gentlemen, Wookiees and Ewoks, if you want to be treated with respect, give respect.
Yeah.
And I'll let everyone know that they can support us by buying our merch at veterannationfoundation.com. Or if you'd like to become a member of our channel here, you will get a 5% discount code. You can use it as much as you want. So if you're planning on buying our merch, it might be better off for you to become a member and then use the discount code. We do have some good stuff, and we just added a bandana based upon Uncle Frank's suggestion today. And we're probably going to add some Vag Nation stuff because we've got a show out there calling this show Vag Nation. Apparently, they've heard about what I'm into or something.
And just for the record, ladies and gentlemen, Vag means veterans are great.
Veterans are great. So thank you, Spawn Trooper, and thank you to Brett. I appreciate you guys both being here.
Having us on.
Appreciate you answering all the people's questions, and
dealing with me.
Hopefully I can answer a lot more once some things get buttoned up. So
definitely after court's over, we want you back.
Yeah, tonight on Veteran Nation, you had Brett from Mighty Mares
of Doug Llewellyn. Okay, you're out of the court. Let's talk about the case.
Well, I was sitting there for 3 hours. Now, do you know what we need to do? I need to do that is actually you play that tune and then I go, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Veteran Nation where the truth will hurt. So sit down, get your shit bucket out, and get ready to wipe your ass.
People, though, if this court case does go to a hearing, I need to know if Cook is going to be sitting outside. I'm going to send him a pizza, and I need people to take pictures of when the pizza gets there.
Oh, wait a minute. You need to find out what dietary needs he's got, if he's allergic to anything, before you do that.
Well, yeah. Oh, we should probably send something for Harley Grace because we know she'll be stuck in there too.
No, we still have
is he not supposed to be
to return to her?
Aren't they both in court? They're both in court, aren't they?
Generally, he sits outside.
Yeah, but when it comes to the federal court case, they'll be both in court.
Yeah, but this is a local one that they put on Brett.
Oh, okay.
So, lots more to come.
Different case. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Remember, I'm British.
But I thank everyone for being here. We're going to go ahead and end this. If you have any questions, you can catch me and DM me anything that you need to. I am around, and we have our email and our phone number listed down below. Beyond that, thank you to my guests. Thank you for all of you guys for being here. And as always, thank you for being worth serving.